All right, good morning. The pardon board is called to order. Today is Monday, April 6th, 2026. The time is 9 a.m. Would you call the roll, please?
Renata.
Present.
Here.
Prater.
Here.
Teddy.
Here.
So we have 4 members present. We do have a quorum, and any action this morning will require unanimous vote, any favorable action. So our first item on the agenda is review and approval of the minutes from Wednesday, March 25th, our regular meeting, and those minutes are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to adopt the minutes.
I move that the minutes be accepted as.
We have a motion by Mr. Tillis, a second by
Yes.
Mr. Prater. Any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. Our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency or pardon. And our first person on the docket this morning is Ms. Trahan. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
Leslie Trahan. The physical address is 403 4th Avenue in Fenton, Louisiana, 70640. The mailing address is P.O. Box 45, Fenton, Louisiana, 70640.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So this morning, I'm going to read some real quickly, some identifiers into the record, ask you to verify if it's correct. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis, who's seated to my far left. Your case has been assigned to him, and he'll take the lead on the interview. So you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Ms. Trahan, you are here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Lafayette Parish, September 2001, for a conviction, simple battery, domestic, and that you received a 40-hour community service sentence. It was a misdemeanor. Then you have another date, June 2008, also in Lafayette Parish, simple battery. You received 10 days parish jail time. That was suspended and you were placed on 1-year probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you answer Mr. Tillis's questions?
Good
Yes,
morning.
ma'am.
How are
Good
you?
morning. I'm okay.
Yeah, tell us what happened. What's going on? What happened with you to get these charges?
I was living with someone. We got in an argument. It was something to do with an ex-wife, and me and him got in an altercation. It wasn't really a weapon I had with him. He had hit me, and to defend myself, I ended up picking up a piece of stick to protect me.
You did your 40.
I never had a weapon. No.
So why do you feel like you need a firearm?
I mean, I live alone now. I live by myself, and it's a lot of stuff going on. And break-ins is one thing.
Have you had any classes or anger management or anything?
No, sir. I've changed over the years now. I'm a totally different person now. I done got older and wiser. All the stuff I did when I was younger, all that's behind me now. I let that go. I done changed my life and given my life more to God now.
Good. Any of my colleagues have any questions?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is that was 21 years ago, and that
Yes, ma'am.
was really actually minor. You don't have any comments by in Lafayette, Broken Ridge, the city prosecutor, the sheriff. There's no comment on it there. Do have opposition, but it could be blanket opposition with the sheriff at St. Martin and chief of police in Lafayette. That was the only 2 things that came up against it. So, so I don't see any problem with it myself.
So just to be clear for the record, it was 2 separate incidents. One was in July 2001, one was in October 2007. So that's 2 separate victims.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened in the other case?
Well, we was same person, but different location. Because his wife, the wife followed us and it caused it an altercation, a big altercation. His ex-wife, it was his ex-wife.
So who's the victim?
Melvin Davis.
And who's Emil Roberts?
Oh, Emil Roberts. Oh, that was somebody I dated too.
What happened in that case?
Oh, it's been so long. I don't remember. That's how long it been. And I haven't saw him in it's almost 30 years.
Yeah, this happened in 2001.
Yes, I have not I don't even know if he's still in Louisiana. We're no longer together. I have not seen him.
I understand. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to say to us?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Tillis, you ready to vote?
Yes, I am. My vote is to grant with firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton?
And I agree with Mr. Tillis. My vote is to grant full pardon with restitution of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
Grant with firearms.
My vote would be also to grant the recommendation of pardon with restoration of firearms. So Ms. Trahan will make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm wishing I'm not going to get any weapons. It's just good just in case if I was to need one, but I will go to classes.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear us?
All right, good morning. The pardon board is now at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women on Monday, April 6, 2026. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourselves, please?
Morning, Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Afton Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor. Camilla Hudson, ARDC Supervisor.
Avery Nolan, Student Attorney.
Stanislav Moroz, Supervising Attorney.
All right, thank you. And let me just go ahead and introduce the other folks that are there at LCIW. We have Brandon Matthews. Brandon, where are you?
Right here.
Sir, okay. And Dr. Brad McConville is on Zoom. At LCIW, Avery Nolan, who has introduced herself. Mr. Blake is on Zoom with the Parole Project. Also there at LCIW, Candace Matthews, Ms. Cobb's daughter. Granddaughter, I can't say Ms. Lloyd's first name. Ms. Cobbs, could you pronounce it for me, please?
Hajane.
Lloyd. Okay, thank you. And then I don't know, has Brad made it there yet? I have another list here of student attorney with the name Brad McConville, but that's the psychiatrist, I believe. I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Okay, and let's see, Brandon Matthews Jr. is here with us in Baton Rouge. Farrah Addison is also here with us in Baton Rouge. Emily Baker and Carolyn Leckwich is also here. All of those folks are here in support of Ms. Cobb's application. Here, also, we do have opposition on Zoom. We have Brant Hardy, Sterling Core, Liz Core, Jason Core, who is victim's family but does indicate support. Terry Cobbs here at headquarters, Mr. John Sinkfield with the AG's office. And on Zoom, we have from the DA's office in East Baton Rouge Parish, Ms. Tracy Barbera. So Ms. Cobbs, before we get started, would you introduce yourself to us, please? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is CAROLYN COBBS, number 100118.
And so your counsel has introduced themselves, but I'd like for the record for them to reintroduce themselves, please.
Oh, I apologize. Avery, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Avery Nolan, a student attorney with the Tulane Law School Domestic Violence Clinic.
And board chair, my name is Stanislav Moroz. I won't be speaking. I'm just here to supervise Ms. Nolan. And I just did want to clarify, did you say that Mr. Jason Core was present in Baton Rouge? Is that correct?
He's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom. Okay. I didn't see his screen pop up yet. So I just wanted to make sure the board had that because he will be one of the speakers in support.
Okay. Do you have him on Zoom?
He's at the bottom.
Stand by, we're checking.
Thank you so much.
He's trying to call him. So while we're trying to get in touch with him, I'm gonna just read some identifiers into the record and explain why we're here again today. So Ms. Cobbs, you're here because you submitted an application for commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced to East Baton Rouge Parish, October of 1982. You're serving a life sentence, second-degree murder. Is that correct?
Who? Yes, ma'am.
So we are here. You had a hearing in August of last year, August 2025. And at that time, since that hearing, we've rescheduled another hearing for you because there was an error that was made, a All of your speakers who had signed up to speak in support were not allowed to speak. It was brought to our attention that could have been a violation of the public meetings law based on our own rules. So we've scheduled you for a new hearing today, and that's why we're here. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. He's going to have some questions for you, and then we'll hear from the folks that want to speak in support, and those who want to speak in opposition, and then we'll have an interview of sorts after your attorney gives us their presentation. So you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cobb, good morning.
Good morning.
I seem like I just talked to you,
Yes, sir. It's been a couple of months.
but I've read the case once again, and I've listened to your video once again, and or this time, and I really I want you to. I don't really think we need to go over the entire case again, but I want to turn it over to you as quickly as I can for you to try to convince us, all four of us, why you think that you're deserving of this commutation of your sentence and eligibility for parole. I want to give you another chance, and I promise you, I voted against you last time, and I want to assure you, I have a completely open mind. And so I want you to try to convince the board that you've done everything necessary to earn this second chance. And so I want to turn it over to you, and then I want to hear from the warden, see if there's been any changes, and I want to hear her present her case again about the kind of person that you've been since you've been incarcerated under her tutelage. Okay, go ahead. I'm ready. I'm ready. I said all that to try to get you to not be nervous, okay?
Well, sir, after spending 7 years in an abusive marriage, I decided to get a divorce. And I decided to hire Mr. George Emmett Court to get that divorce. And when time came for us to go to court to settle the divorce, the judge said that permanent custody and control of my children had been given to my ex-husband. Sir, I was shocked at this turn of events. And so I was shocked and confused that my husband could be given and ended up with protection, custody, and control of our children. And he did not even attend a hearing. Neither did he have representation from an attorney. So I went to get my divorce. I got my divorce. And I also went about trying to get someone to help me to get my children back. I went from law office to law office trying to get help to get my children back. And so I ran across this attorney who told me that for $500 that he would be able to help me get my children back. And so I paid him $500, but he did no work. He did nothing. And so I got my money back. Finally, I went and I ran across this one attorney who told me that once a decision has been made concerning custody of children, that it is almost never reversed. And so upon hearing this, sir, I was discouraged and I became very disturbed. My world had come to an end. All hope was gone. I was confused and in tormented by the things that took place. I went to confront Mr. Core to ask some questions. I shot Mr. Core. I panicked and I ran from the office. And I am sorry for shooting Mr. Core. I'm sorry that I let my emotions get the better of me. Mr. Coors and Miss Carter, I cannot imagine how you must have felt upon hearing of the death of your father and your brother.
Speak to the board, okay?
Your world,
Just say, they don't want you to address them directly, so just say, I'm so sorry for their loss, as opposed to you.
sorry. I'm sorry that I took Mr. Core's life. I'm sorry that I just let my emotions get the better of me. I was not myself.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. That coupled with what you said in the video and with what you said at the first hearing, I think that's what I wanted to hear. Warden, so let's see, Ms. Cobb, before I finish, Ms. Cobb, is that all? I didn't interrupt you in your statement?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get into a little bit more with you in a little bit when the board has a chance to ask some questions. Warden, would you tell us about Ms. Cobb and her behavior since you've seen her and since you've been
Yes,
with her?
sir. Ms. Cobb lives in our assisted living dormitory. So she's not, out there working every day, but she does do housekeeping and whatnot in the housing unit. She has not had a write-up since 2020. So the entire time I've been at LCIW, I've not had any issues with her, seen any issues with her. She is low risk and low needs. I know that Mr. Blake is on, so he'll probably speak to parole project and any transition plan issues, but she is a minimum custody inmate. And like I said, she had, in the past completed various CTE classes and things of that nature, but she is in our assisted living housing unit now.
Okay, thank you, Warden. We appreciate that very much. And now we'll move on to those that will be speaking in support, and then we will speak to those that are in opposition to this request. And so we'll begin. Let's see. Okay, gotcha. Okay, let me look at my notes here to make sure we don't miss anything. Mr. Brandon Matthews, who is at LCIW, and I believe that is your son, and so we'd like to hear from him. Mr. Matthews?
Good morning. Good morning to the honorable members of the board and the family and friends of Mr. Emmett Core. My name is Brandon Matthews. I am CAROLYN COBBS' son. I'm here today to respectfully ask for mercy. My mother is 71 years old and she has grown older and has health issues, and they have grown too. And she has begun to struggle with comprehension and memory. My greatest wish in life is to spend a little time with her before long, something that I've not done since I was a little boy. At the time of the tragedy, I was 7 years old. Before my parents got divorced, my mom did her best for us. She was loving and caring, but I also witnessed difficult relationship with my mother and my father. My father was very violent to my mother. I remember him smacking her around a little bit, hitting her in the face and screaming at her at various times. I remember being very scared and confused. When they got a divorce, my father would let my mom see us, wouldn't let her see us for months. This was deeply painful for me and my sister. And I never imagined my mom would end up committing such a horrible crime, but she did. And over the years, we talked about this and the turmoil she was experiencing. In no way this excuses what she did. Even while in prison, my mom has been very influential in our lives, teaching us the importance of serving our country and gaining an education. She is the key reason why I'm an Army veteran today. My daughter is an Army veteran, and my son is currently serving United States active duty Army right now. And my sister also works for the fire department. When my sister was diagnosed with a rare form of blood cancer, my mom researched some foods my sister could eat during her treatment and called her every day before her chemo session. Over the years, we have had many long talks what my mom had done to a family that she didn't know, and she has instead she should have gotten some type of mental counseling. We would often talk about Mr. Core's family and what they must have gone through, and how much she wished she could express her remorse to them. I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Core's son, who I truly believe is a very wonderful and beautiful human being. I had the chance to hug him and ask him to forgive my mom and our family for the tragic harm that my mom caused in his life. I've also heard Mr. Core's brother express the pain that he went through because of my mom and how he thinks about his brother every day. And I also think about him every day. I took those words to heart. Regardless of how any member of the Core's family feel about my mother's release, I'm very sorry for their pain and will always hold them in my heart. In closing, my mom means the world to me. I know she's not entitled to forgiveness or to clemency, but I humbly ask the board to consider letting me and my family take care of her for the remaining years outside prison walls. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. We'll take those words under consideration and appreciate that. The next up is Dr. McConville. Dr. Brad McConville will be speaking from Zoom or on Zoom. Doctor, would you tell us what you have to say, please, sir?
Sure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brad McConville. I'm in board certified internal medicine, psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry. I work for Tulane School of Medicine, but I also work for the State Forensic Hospital in Jackson. And I do risk assessments for patients. So I think a lot about the relationship between mental illness and violence and recidivism, as I have to advise courts frequently on those issues. So I had the opportunity to evaluate Ms. Cobbs last summer for the first time and then reevaluated her last week. And from a psychiatric perspective, she suffers from major depressive disorder and chronic anxiety. These are conditions that have been seemingly well treated for a number of years now. She does have mild memory impairment that I was able to determine, but she has responded to treatment. I think that she was, in my evaluations of her, cooperative, thoughtful. She has good insight. She told me about the circumstances surrounding the offense, and she did express, I thought, some sincere remorse. It was evident based on, her history and my experience talking about trauma and stressors that lead to behavior, that she was experiencing really severe psychological distress at the time of the offense in question. But then looking at her actual risk factors for future violence, I think that she is an exceptionally low risk category, and I'll explain why. So she is, female, lower risk. She's elderly. She doesn't have a significant substance issue. She doesn't have any personality disorders. She had no criminal history prior to this offense. And then not only does she have sort of an absence of those really significant clinical risk factors, but she also has a number of protective factors Surprisingly, she's remained in very strong and sustained support from her family, her children and grandchildren. She's been engaged in work, and I believe that she has gone through rehabilitation and developed a lot of effective coping skills that she didn't have prior to this long period of incarceration. And I think importantly, she has a clear and structured recovery and reentry plan to work with the parole project. So from forensic psychiatric perspective, I think that there's evidence, no evidence to suggest that Ms. Cobbs poses a meaningful risk to public safety if released under these structured parole conditions. I've looked at some research indicating that she's in a very low risk category. So in closing, I would like to respectfully submit that Ms. Cobbs meets the criteria for clemency consideration based on her low risk of recidivism, strong protective factors, documented rehabilitation, and a structured supportive release plan. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Dr. McConville. It's very concise, and we appreciate you being on Zoom with us. Okay, let's see. I think the next one to speak is going in support is going to be Jason. Well, let's see, Sterling Core.
Jason for the.
Please go, Jason.
Jason.
Please go,
It's
Jason.
Jason,
Yeah.
okay, Jason Core. Green. Okay, Jason Core. Mr. Core,
Mr.
you
Core is
with
on
us?
mute. Yep. Mhm.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Hi, I'm Jason Core. I'm here today to humbly and earnestly request clemency for Carolyn Cobbs. This is not a request made lightly, nor it is one meant to overlook the gravity of her past actions. Instead, it is an appeal to recognize the extraordinary growth, transformation, and humanity that she has demonstrated during her years of incarceration, and the healing and closure her clemency means to me, the son of the victim, George Emmett Core in this case. Since Ms. Cobb's last hearing, my aunt and father's sister, Diane Carter, wrote a letter in support of Ms. Cobb's clemency. In that letter, she wrote, "I believe that Ms. Cobbs is remorseful for what she did. It is time for healing and forgiveness," and I share my aunt's sentiments completely. In my view of justice, I need to believe in the concept of paying one's debt to society, and I feel she has paid her debt. And Ms. Cobbs now longs for the chance to reunite with her beautiful family and give back to her community in meaningful ways. I want to help facilitate that. I met with Brandon and Candace, her lovely son and daughter, and I saw so much of myself in them, and we had quite a lot in common. They see in her not only a mother, but a source of guidance, love, and stability that their lives have been missing. Granting Ms. Cobb's clemency would not only restore her freedom, but it would also strengthen a family that has long awaited her return. This is a gift I would be proud to help provide. I ask you to consider the full measure of Ms. Cobb's humanity, the struggle she has overcome, the positive changes she has made, and the hope she now carries for the future. Clemency is an act of justice tempered with compassion, and Ms. Cobbs has shown through her actions, her words, and her unwavering commitment to growth that she is worthy of this mercy. I believe that continuing to keep her in prison does not serve justice any further. She has been punished, she has paid her debt, and she has used her time to truly transform. I don't feel she would pose any threat to anyone if released. Granting her clemency would not erase what happened, but it would recognize the humanity in her and the possibility of redemption. It would also allow me, as the son of the man she harmed, to show that forgiveness is healing. Holding on to anger alone does not heal. Forgiving Ms. Cobbs is a means of closure to me and will allow me to bring a measure of positivity back into the world. My mother, Carolyn Leftwich, is also in person at this hearing and staunchly advocates for Ms. Cobb's release, having also written a letter to this effect on her behalf. And so for these reasons, I respectfully ask you to grant clemency to Carolyn Cobbs so that she may step forward into the next chapter of her life, not as a prisoner defined by her past, but as a woman who has paid her debt, ready to contribute, and eager to live out her remaining years in service to her family and her community. I appreciate your time, your consideration, and your commitment to justice. Thank you.
Mr. Core, thank you very much for those words, and we appreciate you being on Zoom with us today. Okay, I think that if I'm not mistaken, and I'll ask somebody to bring my attention, we'll turn it over to Avery Nolan. Is that correct, Mr. Moroz?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure we're all in one accord here. Avery Nolan, would you speak to us, please?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Avery Nolan, and I'm a student attorney with the Tulane Law School Domestic Violence Clinic. Thank you for your time and consideration today and for hearing Ms. Cobb's case. We understand the board heard Ms. Cobb's case last year, so we would like to first focus on what is different today, including additional support from the victim's family and critical information the board learned from Ms. Cobb's son, Brandon, about his parents' relationship. At age 10, Jason Core lost his father when Ms. Cobbs committed a horrible crime. At ages 7 and 5, Brandon and Candace Matthews lost their mother's physical presence in their lives when she was arrested and incarcerated for this crime. It has now been over 43 years since the tragedy that transformed the lives of these children. Jason Core already spoke in favor of Ms. Cobbs at her last hearing, but since then, he, Brandon, and Candace met for the first time. They bonded over their shared love of music, the pain they suffered growing up without one of their parents, and their journeys toward healing and forgiveness. Today, they are united in asking this board to recommend Ms. Cobb's release. Also, since the last hearing, the victim's sister was so moved by her nephew's ability to find forgiveness that she too has decided to support Ms. Cobb's release. We recognize there is no one way to respond to or heal from a horrible crime, but we believe that it is a testament to forgiveness and mercy and a testament to Ms. Cobb's growth in prison that the victim's son and sister are not just expressing a lack of opposition to Ms. Cobb's release, but that for them, it's an essential part of their healing. In addition to the strength and support for Ms. Cobb's release, we would like to address the circumstances of Ms. Cobb's life leading up to the crime, some of which the board heard for the first time from her son today. Ms. Cobbs married an older boyfriend right after high school and later became the mother of 2 children she absolutely adored. She hoped for a loving and respectful marriage, but that was not her reality. Her reality was that her husband would beat her when she did not live up to his expectations, like when dinner wasn't ready when he would get home from work. Ms. Cobb's son, Brandon, has vivid memories of this abuse. Ms. Cobbs eventually sought a divorce, but her husband, who had abused her for years, ended up being awarded custody of her children, despite the fact that he'd never shown up to court to contest the divorce. Ms. Cobbs was confused and distraught. After the divorce, even though she had visitation rights, her ex-husband would not allow her to see her children. One time when she tried to see them, he struck her in the face, just like he did when they were married. The Christmas after the divorce, Ms. Cobbs bought presents for her children, but he prevented the kids from seeing her. He tried to erase Ms. Cobbs from her children's lives and soon married another woman, Patricia Matthews, who he abused as well. Ms. Matthews explains all this in her letter of support for Ms. Cobbs. Ms. Cobbs missed her children dearly and was desperate to get them back. She went to lawyer after lawyer after lawyer. One lawyer took what little money she had and did no work on her case, while another told her that she had no chance of getting her kids back. All of this, the abuse from her ex-husband, the confusing loss of her children, and the frustrating experiences of trying to get her children back, caused Ms. Cobbs to feel like her world was falling apart and led her to a mental breakdown. Ms. Cobbs went to Mr. Core's office to try to understand how this had happened, and in the several minutes she was in his office, she completely lost it and committed a horrible, inexcusable crime, shooting him. And for that, she is deeply remorseful. Of course, none of this excuses Ms. Cobb's actions, but it does provide context about how a hardworking mother of 2, who had never been arrested before, ended up committing this crime. In the 43 plus years since Ms. Cobbs has been in prison, she has done everything in her power to atone for her crime. I won't repeat all of her accomplishments in prison since the board already has her information, but she did engage in mental health counseling, completed critical programming such as Thinking for a Change and Victim Impact, deepened her faith, and was on the dean's list for a prison college program. Despite decades of incarceration, Ms. Cobbs has always stayed committed to her family. When her children were younger, she played dominoes with them to help improve their math skills and help them through telephone homework sessions. She encouraged her son to join the military so he could serve something greater than himself. And when her daughter was diagnosed with a rare type of blood cancer, she researched treatment options and healthy foods for her to eat. Ms. Cobb's dedication to motherhood and the success of her children, even from behind bars, touched the victim's sister's heart and is one of the reasons she supports her clemency today. It is also worth mentioning Ms. Cobbs was convicted by a non-unanimous jury, and the Louisiana Supreme Court has stated that clemency is an appropriate remedy for non-unanimous jury convictions. If released, Ms. Cobbs would have the guidance and support of the Parole Project, her loving family, and the Beacon Light Church in Baton Rouge. She hopes to volunteer at a food bank and to bring all the Guard magazine clippings that she sent to her son over the years in her letters to life by helping him tend to his garden. As one of her grandsons stated in his letter of support, my grandmother is elderly and she has seen more days than she has ahead of her. After spending 43 years incarcerated, Ms. Cobbs is now 71 years old. She is one of the longest serving women in Louisiana prisons and lives in the assisted living area. She is also a trustee in the prison. This is the only crime she has committed, and as Dr. McConville stated, she is not a risk to society. We recognize that not every member of the Core family supports Ms. Cobbs' release, but we believe the connection made between the children of this tragedy and the victim's sister support are a testament to Ms. Cobbs' remorse and accountability for her actions and deserves this board's consideration. We humbly ask the board recommend a commutation to a term of years. Thank you again for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate those words. Well spoken. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is all that will be speaking in favor of Ms. Cobb's request. Now we'll move on to those in opposition, and we will start with Sterling Core, who is in opposition. Mr. Core, are you with us? Sterling?
I am, and can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I believe I'd like to have a different order. I would like to go last because Terry Hessick is there, his law partner, I believe. He signed in.
No, sir. We're gonna allow Mr. Hessick and then the Attorney General and the DA's office to close out. So you can go ahead and make your comments now.
Okay, fine. That means Brant Hardy, who is on Zoom, will not be speaking on my behalf. He's a counselor, much like McConnell Bob, and he was going to actually make a case for the opposite of what their analyst said. Okay, let me go ahead and say, first of all, I hope everybody had a happy Easter. I am blown away by the pretty picture you all paint for Mrs. Cobbs. There's only 3 people or 4 people in that room right now that has as much history as I and Mrs. Cobbs have, and that is Mr. Hessick and Mr. Sinkfield. I have been the face of opposition on this for 40-something years. But before I get into that, let me just read, and I apologize, I'm extremely emotional and stressed out over this. Again, my name is Sterling Core. I'm the younger brother of the murdered victim, Emmett Core Jr. He was a prominent local attorney and also ran for sheriff. Our faces are covered because we're sincerely afraid for our safety. I don't care what any analyst has to say. You can't guarantee that this person is not going to hurt again, just like they hurt 40-something years ago. I like to remind the board that Hiller Moore was a detective on this case, and John Sinkfield was the prosecutor. Both are in strong no commutation opinion, and Mr. Sinkfield wrote a very heartfelt letter to the board. Brandon, I do thank you for your kind words. We've met before, and you definitely said 20 years ago that you wouldn't be the man you are today if we hadn't been keeping your mother in prison. You have a change of heart, and that's your opinion. My nephew, Jason, who I have a good relationship with, as I have a good relationship with my sister, has less to gain from this decision than I have to lose, for I have a larger footprint of responsibility. He is speaking for one family member, for he has never married nor has children. I, on the other hand, have been married for 35 years with multiple children to protect. Excuse me, and the legacy of my brother and my parents to honor. Like my nephew, my sister has never been involved, does not reside in Baton Rouge. She moved several years after the murder to a Midwestern state. I won't name the state because I don't want to reveal too much. And she has been there for over 40 years, and she doesn't frequent Louisiana very much. I reside in this parish. I have no plans on leaving. So basically, they have less skin in the game than I do. And that's their opinion if they want to push this agenda. But Anyway, so from a family perspective, my wife and my deceased mother and myself are the faces of the local opposition. So please take that into consideration. Let me also say before I get into the heart of my letter that I am heartbroken and feel a tremendous grief, not only for my family, but just as sincere for hers. We are all victims here, and I mean that. Let me catch my... Releasing her into the general public will not end our grief. This forum is not about opinion as much as it is about facts. And feeling a certain way and having her stay in prison or get out of prison is not going to make your grief go away. This is about facts, not feelings. So with that said, and on behalf of my family, we beg this board to deny Mrs. Cobbs' commutation for the following reasons. And the reasons I'm getting ready to read is the truth, and it has nothing to do with the pretty painted picture that their side presented. Number one, and the main one, not what my family was promised. We took the death penalty off the table to have life imprisonment without parole. She needs to pay her debt to society. Number two, crime is out of control and releasing inmates early is not a deterrent. The rule of law is maybe modern man's greatest achievement. The law is too important to be toyed with. Her actions must have consequences. Number three, the level of premeditation was extremely calculated. She was obviously banned from seeing my brother after the custody case. So she planned the murder carefully by making an appointment while a temporary secretary was on duty. She used an assumed name. She was disguised. She filled out paperwork. Old clients don't fill out paperwork, you know. She, again, was there when a temporary secretary was there. She entered my brother's office and shot him in the chest. She then fled to an awaiting car, like she said. She had plenty of time to change her mind. The time span from when she lost custody to the murder was, I believe, many months. It could have been 6 months, but it wasn't hours. She had plenty of time to reconsider and to calm down and take a different direction. Number four, she had a hit list of other attorneys to harm. That should say it all right there. What does that say about her plans? And number five, Mrs. Cobbs never gave up the 38 caliber handgun. This should be a big red flag too. Number six, she has been untruthful, misleading, and dishonest in describing the details on the day of the murder. She has always painted a picture of a woman that needed a shoulder to cry on and sauntered into my brother's office for help. This could not be further from the truth. She didn't saunter. She was not allowed. She's painting a picture that just doesn't represent reality. One thing I've learned from watching past pardon board YouTubes is if you want leniency, you must speak the truth. This to me tells so much of her mental state by being unwilling to own up to her crimes. It is a false reality complex. Number seven, let's not make time an issue. We are only a few years apart and we both have plenty of time left to live. Murder seems like yesterday to me. And Brandon thinks about it all the time and I think about it every single day. Number eight, the number and type of write-ups are staggering. 121. Don't tell me she's been a model inmate, okay? And which I just heard a moment ago. Number nine, no remorse. Today, you could tell she was a little better coached. Didn't you notice her attorney lean over and say something? So she said she was sorry today twice. In the past, she has shown no remorse and at times acted maniacal. The biggest reveal at the last hearing was a question the pardon board asked her, are you remorseful for your action? She replied in a very strong, clear voice, no, I would do it all over again. He had it coming. He had it coming. That statement alone says it all. Number 10, this hearing is a result of a loophole of sort from Act 122. I know you people know about this. This hearing is not in the spirit of that law. It is for juveniles who have committed crimes with very long sentences. She was not a 60-year-old teenager hopped up on hormones, but a 28-year-old grown woman with a 5 and a 7-year-old. Commuting this case is just a hop, skip, and a jump to a parole. And I know y'all know this, so please use your wisdom here and don't go that direction. Number 11, and this is where I want some more dialogue. I'm almost done.
Time out. Time out. How many numbers do you have on your list?
121. One more.
Are we?
I'll be brief.
Okay.
Okay. Number 11, from the evidence shared at the last hearing, more needs to be revealed about her schizophrenia. That was brought up at the last hearing, her depression diagnosis and anxiety. So in closing, her sentence was determined by a grand jury and a jury of her peers. She is by no means rehabilitated. No matter what y'all are saying over there, you will not convince me she is ready for the outside. She never will be. Is it wise? Is it wise to unleash someone onto our committee that has lied and misled the board, who has a confused perception of reality, who has a pathetic inmate behavioral record, who has committed a very heinous, cold-blooded, premeditated murder, and most importantly, and this is the critical one, the repeat potential to harm herself and others by way of maybe some mental shortcomings? I say it's not worth the risk, and I hope you agree. Wouldn't it be more beneficial and compassionate to her to let her remain in prison and get the care she needs and the peace of mind we deserve? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Core. We appreciate those words, and we'll take those into serious consideration. I believe the next is Terry Hessig. Is that correct? Mr. Terry Hessig, victim's friend in opposition. Oh, there you are. Thought you were going to be on Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Hessig.
I'm Terry Hessig. Emmett Ford, the victim, was my law partner and my very good friend. Emmett was 39 when he was murdered by this woman. I managed to reach a ripe old age of 80 years old. Emmett never got that chance. He did represent CAROLYN COBBS in a divorce proceeding. She lost custody of her minor children at that proceeding. But I have some unfortunate truths to give you which do not comport with what Mrs. Cobbs has told you. She lost custody of her children and essentially agreed to transfer of custody because she knew she stood no chance of keeping custody during that proceeding. For the main reason that she had been working as a prostitute. That's the kind of home, if you want to call it that, she would present to those children. Some other facts that Sterling has gone over briefly that I want to call to your attention again. Ms. Cobbs said that she went to several attorneys to get no relief as far as custody. There has to be a reason for that. Also, she's claiming that she went to Mr. Ford to find out what had happened, possibly to get advice, possibly to get counseling. But here's what really happened. When CAROLYN COBBS called to make her appointment, she gave a false name, pretending to be a new client. When CAROLYN COBBS entered our offices, she wore a disguise, a wig, and dark sunglasses. And when our secretary sat down with her, all new clients fill out a form which gives basic information: their name, their address, their children, their spouse's name and address, their dates of birth, those kinds of things which we need in order to effectively file pleadings for our clients. She sat there with the secretary and gave false name, a false address, and unfortunately for her, she did have some information on there which was truthful, like her date of birth and the children's names, which eventually was how she was caught. but she gave false information while wearing a disguise. She went into Emmett Ford's office, pulled a gun out of her purse and shot him in the heart. She never came to that office to get advice or to get counseling. She came to our offices with the premeditation to kill Emmett Ford. That's the only reason she was there. And she succeeded, and a jury of her peers found her guilty of second-degree murder. Second-degree murder carries a life sentence without probation or parole. She should be made to carry out the sentence. The state and the jury of her peers told her she had to serve. I am not convinced that this woman has ever been remorseful. Frankly, I am in fear for myself and the family, and for Mr. Forrest's family, and for Sterling and his wife and their children. This woman is allowed to roam the streets again, brood over the people like myself who have kept her in prison all these years. She apparently has been doing fairly well in prison. She's been getting psychiatric and psychological help. The warden thinks she's a good prisoner, and that, frankly, is where she should stay for the remainder of her years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your words. All right, we will hear now from Mr. John Singfield. With the Attorney General's office.
Yeah, Honorable Commission, John Singfield. I'm currently Executive Counsel for the Attorney General Willis Board. Formerly, I was Chief Deputy Attorney General to Governor Jeff Landry, and before that, Senior Counsel Jeff Landry for 8 years. Spent 11 years under O.C. Brown, prosecuting cases, and became Chief Deputy District Attorney late in my career. And I came back to that 6 years as first assistant DA for Richard I. Ubo in Parish before he became Attorney General. And I served 17 years as first assistant DA at the Governor until I moved over to the Attorney General's office as first assistant Attorney General on the college. I give that background because I have some disagreement with some of the stuff they said. I tried Carolyn Cobbs, and what I saw, which is rare, I've been prosecuting murder cases over 50 years in the state. And y'all see a lot of them. There's a lot of drug murders that are premeditated. I tried Derek Todd Lee, gave him the death penalty. He had a lot of premeditated murders, so they are. But one like this stands out to me because I was very close by, and there was still wet blood all over this whole scene. I was at the crime scene in probably a few minutes after it happened. I don't know if I beat the coroner there or not. Well, what was very plain here is I hear all this about her being upset and emotion involved. I hear the psychiatrist. I would love to cross-examine him, but sometimes they don't hold up so well when they face cross-examination by an experienced prosecutor. But one thing here that was said was wrong is when I guess the son says she feels she has paid her debt to society. When you do a premeditated murder, and you take your time, which she did, and she made a decision that another human being was going to die that day. And she disguised her house. I'll defer to the record. I haven't viewed the record. But she had on a wig and sunglasses. She filled out an application with false information. She went in and shut the door. And it was a very short period of time, as I recall, that bam, you heard the gunshot. Shot Mr. Ford right in the chest, hit his heart. And then she made her way out of there. And she didn't have any immediate remorse. We had to figure out who did it. We had to pull files. I forget exactly. I'll defer to the record. Y'all may know more about it than me. But what is the punishment when you just decide that another human being is going to die on a certain time, which she did, and you just walk in there and kill somebody? You've made a decision. State of Louisiana made a decision. We can't stop them from doing that. State of Louisiana made a decision. When you do that, the punishment ought to be life without suspension, probation, and parole. Not life without suspension, probation, parole for a certain period of time. Then you get out and get to enjoy your family, enjoy life, and be around Baton Rouge. So I disagree. I don't think she has paid her debt to society. I think there's a big deficit yet to be paid that debt. And she hasn't paid it. Oh. They don't think she'd be a threat to anyone. I don't know. Is she blaming the people in this room? Does she blame me? I prosecuted her. She blamed the lawyer that we pulled the tape, and it didn't look like what I recall. Now the record didn't look like he did a lot wrong in that year that she got blamed. She blamed for. You know, I have experience of family members being got to by the lawyers or other people and them showing up. Yeah. I live in Baton Rouge, inside the city limits of Baton Rouge. So I guess I'm glad here, because at least I know what she looks like if y'all let her out. I would urge you not to do this. She doesn't deserve it. When you make that premeditated decision that you're going to execute another human being, and you do it very cleverly, she could have got away with this with a little bit of luck. If she'd been a little better at that application, if she'd been a little better not putting it so close to her house, a little whatever, because the secretary didn't recognize. So I've heard everything here. The only thing I can do is say on behalf of the state of Louisiana, we would request you to please deny this application for compensation. I'd answer any questions anybody has.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate those words, and we'll consider those along with these other things. Ms. Tracy Barbara.
Good morning, Tracy Barbera for the East Baton Rouge District Attorney's Office. I apologize for not being present in person, but I decided to bring my congestion and coughs to Hiller's office and not before the members of the board. I think this is the first time in my 36-year career I've had to follow John Sinkfield with comments. It's somewhat intimidating, I must admit, and honestly, there's not much more that I can add to what Mr. Core, Mr. Hessick, and Mr. Sinkfield have represented to you. I would just like to bring home the fact that the individual, CAROLYN COBBS, who spoke to you last time, made reference to she went there with questions and she just lost it. And then again today, she said, I went there to ask him questions. My emotions got the better of me. I was not myself. To this day, she is still not being completely forthright with you about her intent when she did just as Mr. Sinkfield described. She armed herself with the firearm, went to the law office, disguised herself. This woman clearly intended to go there and kill Mr. Core, and she still will not acknowledge that. Until she acknowledges that to herself, her family, and to this board, I represent to you that she has not even come close to meeting what this board has historically required before recommending the relief that she requests. She represented to you last time she tried to be a model prisoner. She's being represented to you today as a model prisoner. Again, as I said last time, I hate to be a broken record, but you have had people before you have served more time than Ms. Cobbs has, who have had 0 write-ups or 1 or 2 early write-ups. 121 write-ups, the last one being an aggravated offense, is not indicative of someone who should be recommended for clemency and released. I stand firm with the core, Mr. Core and Mr. Seafield and Mr. Hessick, and ask that you please not recommend commutation of sentence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And the final speaker in opposition will be Mr. Brant Hardy. Is Mr. Hardy here or on Zoom?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Board. I will, in light of everything that's been said, I'd like to address one specific issue. There's so much more that I could say. I've watched the Core family, who I'm very close friends with for almost 40 years, suffer from this. The family, it is a constant source of concern and outcome that today's hearing will bring to bear. In my mind, as you all are aware, there's a tremendous difference as a context of forgiveness and consequences. I'm a mental health counselor licensed here in the state of Louisiana as a licensed professional counselor, practicing over 43 years. I've worked extensively in my practice also with victim-defendant mediation. So I've had the unique front row seat to watch people who have committed very serious crimes ask for relief and forgiveness from families that they've offended. In this circumstance, I can't address all the history that you all have so much more than I do, but the context of what Ms. Barbera and Mr. Sinkfield has said from a public standpoint, there's a practical and common sense understanding here that, you know, life in prison means life in prison. The dynamic of this consequence on this family, wanting their mother to come home, I appreciate that. And I feel for the family and I encourage forgiveness, but there is a difference between forgiveness and consequence. All of us should forgive when there's an offense such as this, because otherwise we're not released and free emotionally. So forgiveness is absolutely essential. But the consequence, as Mr. Sinkfield said, is a debt that's paid because of the heinous act. And so feelings cannot come into play in this, in my opinion, as a public citizen, but also as a friend of the family. There are real concerns for their safety and welfare. But in this context, please do not commute this sentence that puts anyone at further risk of harm. And I think you protect the family, you protect Mr. Hessick. And I also think the dynamic that was just said by Ms. Barbera, I think the truth is that keeping her in custody is the best outcome for her from a health standpoint, from a mental health standpoint, and also from a real context of consideration for what life in prison without the ability of parole means. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. We appreciate those words. I believe, and I could stand corrected, but I believe that's all the speakers that we're going to have, either in opposition or in favor of this request of Ms. Cobb. Now, Ms. Cobb, the next portion, as I think you know, we'll ask our questions, and I'll lead, and then my rest of the panel will have a chance to ask questions, and then we will vote. It's as simple as that. I've got a couple of questions to clear up some of the things that I've heard. Why did you set the appointment to go there to the attorney's office?
Well, sir, I had been trying to see him for a while and I wasn't able to see him, so I decided to try a new name. Maybe I get a chance to see him.
Okay. Where did you get the gun?
I bought it from a pawn shop.
When did you buy it?
After me and my husband separated.
How soon was that before the shooting of your attorney?
Could have been a year, sir.
So you had had the gun a year, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why did you disguise yourself?
Sir, to my recollection, I didn't disguise myself. I didn't wear a wig.
To your recollection?
Uh,
You know if you wore a wig or not. That day, it's in
no,
your
sir,
mind.
I hate my hair. There was no wig.
Okay. What did you do with the gun afterwards?
I threw it into the water, sir.
Where?
Off a bridge.
What bridge?
I don't remember.
Okay. I've heard some discussions about your mental health. Do you currently take medicine?
Yes, sir.
Were you taking medicine at the time?
I don't remember, sir.
When were you diagnosed with the mental health problems?
Sometimes right after my husband and I separated.
But you don't remember if you were taking medicine. Do you remember what kind of medicine you were prescribed?
Could have been a Valium, sir, or something like that.
Could have been, but what was it? Yes, sir.
No, go ahead.
You don't remember what kind of medicine it was?
I can't say for certain, sir, no.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Let's see. I'm concerned about your disciplines. Tell me why you have so many disciplines. Is there a common denominator? Is there a something that causes you not to follow the rules or causes you not to get along with people or something? Could you explain your disciplines?
Well, yes, sir. I was had never been incarcerated or locked up before. And prison life is different. And you have all types of women from every walk of life. And I had time adjusting to prison life. And I think I might have had some bad medication when I was in prison.
Okay. And because reason I say that, and we hear people say they had trouble adjusting, and so they have some disciplines and all, but your disciplines lasted for a long time. Is what concerns me up through basically 2020, but primarily through 2018, you had a lot of disciplines, over 100 disciplines. That's more than just, I would think it's more than just adjusting. Usually adjusting is the first 2 or 3 years. So I was concerned about that. Let's see. I believe that may be all the questions, but I may come back after I hear
I'd like to ask some questions.
Okay,
How long have you been incarcerated?
Almost 44 years, sir.
Okay, I would probably, I've forgotten things in less time than that, and I can understand 44 years, you don't recall a lot of these things. And Gordon, do you feel that this, how long has she been with you?
Well, how long have I been here? Or how long has she been here?
How long has she been under your supervision?
So she's been here since 1983. I've been here since 2021.
2020. And what kind of prisoner would you say she is?
Like I said earlier, since I've been here and with her, she's been in the assisted living dormitory. So, like I said, she hasn't been any trouble for me since I've been here.
That's what I thought I heard. Are you remorseful?
Sir?
Are you remorseful?
Oh, sir, from the beginning, I was confused and I was in torment.
Are you remorseful now?
I was back then and I still am, sir. I should not have shot and killed Mr. Core. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I let my emotions get the better of me.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Core, we've heard very important arguments on both sides of this issue. Your life sentence, there's no doubt about it in my mind that it was entirely premeditated. Everything you did from I read, because I was on the board the last time you were up here. And I remember the case from then, and we had a little bit more information leading up to it. And so I know my vote then was not to commute you. Then I've read the letter from the victim's son, which is heartbreaking. And I do understand, because I'm a victim's advocate, I do understand that there are times when, in order for a victim to heal, they do need the same type of closure for a different reason, which is what's been said here. The rest of the family members, they want their nephew or their son to have closure, and he's a very kind person. And he met with your children, from what I understand, from what was being said here. And so they had, and I know how victim offender dialogue is. I know how important that is for a victim and the offender. And it seems like that's what we have that was going on here. So I'm very happy that they had that. But see, right now, I listened to Mr. Prater. He questioned you again. He questioned you, and I listened, and you were still evasive about what you did that day. And I don't even understand the purpose anymore. Where did you throw the gun at? Water. We all live right here in Baton Rouge. And then you don't remember wearing a wig or anything. And how did you get there last time? Seems like the last time I read that you had arranged for transportation to bring you and pick you up. Did you take a taxi or something last time? How did you get to his office?
Ma'am, I have an automobile. I had an automobile.
So you just drove yourself over there, okay. Everything that I remember from reading the last time and this time was that you did go in there with a gun in your purse. That's not the normal thing for people to do. So, I don't buy the part that you were confused and everything. But my heart does go out for the families on both sides. I do want to say that. For the very reasons that they stated. But I did find you continually still evasive today when actually asked about particular crime. So, and about the mental health issue, you were evasive about that too. So that's all I have to say for today.
So how long have you lived in the assisted living dorm? Do you remember?
Maybe about 6 months.
Oh, so you just got moved there? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the job you had before you moved into that dorm?
It was housekeeping, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I think everybody did a really good job. Go ahead.
How long were you in his office before you shot him?
I don't remember, sir. Seconds, minutes, I don't remember.
Did y'all talk about much?
No, sir.
So you pretty much had your mind made up.
Sir, I just lost it. I was under pressure. So much pressure till I lost my reason and I just.
What
was
happens
out
when
of
you
my
get
mind.
out? What happens when you get out and you forget to take your medicine and you get under pressure at Brookshire's?
Beg your pardon, sir.
What happens when somebody breaks in line in front of you at Brookshire's and you've forgotten you hadn't been taking your medicine because everything's fine and you're out of jail? I don't know if y'all have Brookshire's around here.
Well,
Walmart. Anyway, it's kind of a rhetorical question, meaning I didn't expect much of an answer. But I just wanted to ask that question to tell you that's the kind of decisions this board has to wrestle with, along with everything else that's been submitted, is the safety of the public.
So I have one question for you, Ms. Cobbs, and then we'll be ready to vote. When you went there that day, you went there to kill Mr. Core.
No, ma'am.
Why'd you have the gun?
I carried the gun with me everywhere I went.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to have executive session, please.
We have a motion. Is there a second? A second. Can you call the roll?
Renata,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
thank you.
You have all the kind of stuff that ain't even happening to the place.
All right, I'll make the motion to go back to regular session without objection. We're back in regular session. It's 10:50. And we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am. Because I've weighed everything and words are cheap and we've been here long enough. My vote has not changed. I still vote that this request be denied. It's because of the violent nature of the premeditated crime. It's also because of the numbers of disciplines since you've been incarcerated, and it's a lot of disciplines, and they've lasted up through 2020. And that bothers me because of the severe opposition and well-stated opposition from the law enforcement community, and because of the premeditation. And I still feel like, well, because of premeditations, but my vote has not changed from the last hearing. And my vote is to not recommend to the governor that we do this.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to recommend to grant, but to 99 years. And I am so happy to see that the family has forgiven this person. And I think 44 years is a long time. I appreciate and feel that you have remorsefulness and hope that some of us will get in our hearts to have mercy and forgive people. So my vote is to grant.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I gotta tell you, I am very torn with this one because I've been on both sides. I'm a victim's advocate. I know about victim offender dialogue and what a powerful method of forgiveness that is, and closure for a victim. And that's what I've heard here today. That means a lot to me. And I'm so happy for his son and his sisters that they've reached that point and have had contact with your children. I do find, though, that this was a premeditated act. Even to this moment, that it was a premeditated act. Like you said, you just spent a minute or so in his office. So there's no way to not believe that you didn't go in there with a gun in your purse to kill the man. And so I didn't know until the brother mentioned that it was a possible death penalty case. They took that off the table. I don't know about that, but a jury decided that it would be life without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence or anything like that. So, so we have strong law enforcement opposition because it was premeditated and it was such a violent crime. So today I'm going to stay with my, and you've continued to have discipline problems, but now that you're in the assisted living area, it seems like maybe this is a good fit for you. So maybe some more time in the assisted living, your medication may have gotten just right, because that's very important for you to have a life outside of there or anywhere. I don't want to see any discipline problems. So you do have one as late as I think it was 2020, and it was and all your discipline problems have been aggravated discipline, a lot of them. So yeah, I see June of 2020 that you had one was your latest one. So my vote today is gonna be to deny due to the nature of the premeditation to kill the attorney, the law enforcement opposition, and we still have split victim opposition. And you had excessive disciplinary problems while you've been in.
So, Ms. Cobbs, today you didn't get the vote you needed. It takes four light votes. And so I'm not going to vote, but I will tell you, I'm a little disappointed that you didn't take full ownership of your emotions that day, what happened. I mean, I know you say you lost it, but I think there's more that you need to come to terms with, just like the DA has expressed. So I hope you continue to work on that. I'm glad you're doing well where you're at, but today your application for clemency's been denied, man. Good luck to you.
Bluetooth disconnected.
LCIW, just wanted to test and make sure y'all are ready with your equipment there.
Is it chunks? It's yeah.
Well, you were trying to see if the captions were popping up. It's not popping up yet. I don't know if we need to.
Okay.
All right, we'll mute your microphone. I'll call you.
Okay.
All right. Good morning. Sorry for the, we had some technical issues we had to work through, but I think we got there. So, help me. Someone's gonna help her with her communication with us.
Yes, ma'am. Someone is going to repeat questions if she's unable to hear.
Okay.
Closed captions, but I'll repeat. Yeah.
Oh, man, right there.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we need to get Ms. Pardon to introduce herself, name and DOC number.
Name and DOC number. Angelon Pardon, 343-449.
And counsel, would you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Ashwini Belchami with the Tulane Women's Prison Project.
My name is Mackenzie Bunner, and I'm a student attorney with the Tulane Women's Law Project.
And I'm Ella Coleman. I'm also a student attorney with the Tulane's Women Prison Project.
Thank you. And so which of you will be presenting to the board?
I will.
Okay. Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervising attorney?
Yes. Yes. Okay, so let me acknowledge, we have some folks here with us in Baton Rouge in support. We have Jason Crittenden, Emily Bees,
Through all of the people here in support.
and John Crittenden. You want to tell her those folks are here?
You just let her know
Oh,
who's
yeah.
here.
We have in person, they have Jason, your son, Emily, and
John.
And John Crittenden.
And who?
John Crittenden.
Okay.
They're all there in Baton Rouge in support.
On Zoom, we have Lisa of the Parole Project, Channing Blake.
On Zoom, they have Lisa. Channing Blake.
And let's see, you have, in opposition, we have the District Attorney's Office from Jefferson Parish, Mr. Randy Meyer.
I cannot understand
And
that.
then in opposition, they have the district attorney, what was his name?
Randy Meyer.
Randy Meyer,
Okay.
also on Zoom.
So I will read some identifying information into the record.
He's going to read some identifying information into the record.
Okay.
And I'm going to go slow because I'll need you to repeat it because I need her to verify the information.
And she's going to go slow because she needs to repeat it, you to repeat it because she needs to verify the information.
So Ms. Pardon is seeking a commutation of her sentence.
Ms. Pardon is seeking a commutation of her sentence.
She's serving a life sentence for second-degree murder, and she was sentenced in August 1996.
You're serving a life sentence for second-degree murder, and you were sentenced in August of 1996.
Yeah, correct.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Ms. Pardon's case was assigned to Mr. Tillis, seated to my far left. I'm going to give it over to him.
Your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis, and so she's passing it over to him. So he's going to start talking now.
Which one?
Mr. Tillis.
He's on the right,
Oh, yeah.
all the way on that side.
Okay.
Just raise his hand.
Morning, Ms. Pardon. How are you?
He said, "Thank you. How are you?"
Huh?
He said, "Thank you. How are you?"
I'm fine, thank you.
Could you tell us what happened that caused you to be incarcerated?
Would you tell them what happened to cause you to be incarcerated?
What led to my incarceration began when I was 16. I was an alcoholic. I am now a recovering alcoholic. I will always be in recovery. John David Connor and I were on a drinking binge. We had just started dating. He wanted sex. I said no, and I left the room to go sleep on the couch. He was behind me. He grabbed my hair. We fought. I finally got away from him, and I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife, and I stabbed him. I did not mean to kill him, but I did.
Okay, is that it? I read a little more into your file. You went next door to a neighbor?
He said, is that it? I read a little more into your file. You went next door to a neighbor.
Yes, sir. There was more. I went to, first of all, I thought he was gonna be okay. I doctored the wound. Then I went next door and when I realized he was not okay, and Miss Frances Clejon called 911. I can read that? Okay.
So that's what you
It's
just
just-
said.
It's just recording what you're saying and turning it into text. So you can use that kind of as a,
When they're speaking to you.
speaking. So maybe, yeah, have it near the microphone or the speaker.
Okay, it's not what they're saying.
We just started it.
Right,
So, no, just
Here, so when they start talking, hopefully it'll do it. We'll put it right there, okay?
And I can hear.
Well, we're hoping that when they speak, it'll, through the speaker, it'll go on here and it'll do the wording. So then you can read that. And I'm still here, so I can help repeat if you don't.
So since you've been incarcerated, what have you been doing to
What have I been?
yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. What have I been doing? I have been.
Swinging.
What are you saying?
What have you been doing while you were incarcerated? Mhm.
I have grown. I have taken many classes to rehabilitate myself. My highest achievement is AA. I'm in Celebrate Recovery right now. And I acknowledge what led to my crime, and that's the classes that I've taken to impact me and to learn from. And I've learned a lot from my classes. When the classes, I'd taken most of them that I could at the prison, then I went to my EDOVO and I've taken like 32 classes on there also.
I see. When was your last write-up?
My last write-up was 2008, 18 years ago.
Okay. We're gonna come back with some more questions, but we're gonna hear now from your daughter and son.
We're gonna hear now from your daughter and son, and they're gonna come back to you later with some more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Can we ask the warden first?
I'm sorry. Warden, what kind of prisoner has she been since she's been there?
Ms. Pardon, is a minimum security inmate. Like she said, she has taken various, educational, CTE and psychoeducational classes since she's been with us. And I think you also mentioned her last write-up was in 2008, so we really do not have any trouble from Ms. Pardon at all. I know Mr. Blake is on, so if there are any questions about if there was release, that she would be going to parole project, so he can give any extra guidance on what that would look like. But really, we have no issues with Ms. Pardon whatsoever.
Thank you so much. Now we'll hear from Lisa. Your daughter, is she here?
She's on Zoom.
Hear from Lisa. Lisa's gonna talk next.
Okay.
All right, what would you like to?
You're still on mute?
I can't hear.
She's still on mute.
He can't hear.
No, still on mute.
She's still on mute. Just they're figuring it out.
Huh.
No one's talking right now. She's still on mute.
You're still on mute.
She's not muted, she's not connected to the microphone. Please call her
Can we
and
call?
get her on the phone.
We're gonna give you a call to give you some more instructions. So, yes, move on.
Okay, we'll move on to Jason.
They're gonna do Jason and come back to Lisa because her phone isn't working.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, please.
How you doing, Jason? All right, how are you? Good. Would you like to tell us something about your mother?
Yes, sir. First and foremost, so I'd like to apologize to the victim's family. I'd like to thank y'all for giving my mom this chance. And she got locked up when I was 13. She used to come and get me and my sister for summer. And we would go fishing and whatnot. And we would play cards, and she taught me how to play rummy and stuff. And she gets out, she'll be coming living with me. And then in spring, and she can help me and I can help her. And in all these years, I know she's sorry about it, because she always says she feels so bad about it. And I just hope y'all give her the second chance. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're gonna try to get back with your sister and see if she on. Okay. Okay, what about Chancey? Mr. Blake?
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Ms. ANGELON PARDON. To echo the sentiments of Warden Thomas, she's been right up free for approximately 18 years. Requires minimal security. Because of her program and her classes she's taken, we've accepted her into our program. Should the board give her a favorable recommendation today, we're going to give her reentry services that include transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, healthcare guidance and connections, social norms, and many more. She will be also assigned to a reentry specialist that'll help guide her through her reentry process. So based upon her rehabilitation on support system, we ask that you grant her a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. And now we're gonna go to her daughter, Lisa.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we can hear you now. Tell us what you'd like us to know about your mother.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to you all. And I'm so grateful that we have this opportunity yet again. I'm going to read from what I've written. I'd like to again thank the Louisiana Board of Pardon and Parole for taking the time to consider my mother's pardon. You all are truly appreciated. To Mr. David Connor's family, my prayers, thoughts, and heart have gone out to you all over these years. I pray with all of my heart that you all have found peace. I know that my mother's actions are unforgivable, and I make no excuses for her. I only ask that she is given forgiveness from your family and a chance to show all of us that she has changed for the better good through her incarceration. My brother and I both would love to hug his family and show our support to them as well. I also have scripture here. I don't know if any of you read the upper room, but there's a scripture, Psalms 27:14, and it says, Wait for the Lord, be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. And, you know, nothing can bring back what my mother has done. But I do know that through the time that she has served, she has changed for the better. And again, my prayers go out to the Connor family as well as my brothers. The biggest difference I have seen in my mom over the years has been her faith. Her faith has been bigger than the whole wide world. I believe her faith is strong, real, and will lead her on the right path with support and help from my brother and I, and also from Parole Project. I also myself have granddaughters. My mother has a grandson and a granddaughter, and she has been there through her incarceration, 30 years plus for them, as much as she can be. And she has given us all of what she has had while being incarcerated of herself. She has given herself and her faith first and foremost, and asking for forgiveness and to God. And I'd like to say that that's the biggest difference I have seen in my mom over the years, that she, through her faith, she has the faith of the whole world. I believe her faith is strong, real, and will lead her on the right path. It has been hard having her in prison all these years. I was 15 when she went in, and now I'm a grandmother myself to 2 little girls. I know that adjusting to life outside will come with its own challenges for us all. But my mother and I will both be there. My brother and I will both be there for her for anything that she needs. My brother and I decided together that his home in Denham Springs would make more sense for our mom, because she could also provide him with companionship, help in leading him through the rest of his life. But my doors are also open to her at any time and any moment, and she will always have a place to stay with me as well. Again, I truly appreciate you all, and also her attorney and her paralegal and everyone that has stepped up for her, and the warden of the prison and everyone that has made the statements in support of her, because it has been a long time since she's been in trouble in prison. And, you know, I just believe it with all my heart. And all of our family has been praying that she has this opportunity and chance this time. And thank you all again for your consideration and your time.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Which attorney would like to go and talk now, please?
Yes, sir. And y'all have a blessed.
Hi there.
How you doing?
Members of the board, my name is Mackenzie Bunner, and I am a student attorney with the Tulane Law Women's Prison Project. I am here today in support of Ms. ANGELON PARDON. Ms. Pardon last appeared before this board in 2018, 8 years ago. Ms. Pardon has spent the last 8 years building on the work and the progress that she has already done for the last 30. She has grappled with the worst parts of herself and has become the woman she was always meant to be. When Ms. Pardon was denied in 2018, the board gave 3 main reasons. First, her criminal record prior to her incarceration. Second, that she had not yet completed enough programming, particularly in relation to substance abuse. And third, that Ms. Pardon had not yet served sufficient time for her crime. Ms. Pardon took this board's guidance very seriously. Today, I would like to discuss just how Ms. Pardon has worked to address the board's concerns at her last hearing and highlight her exceptional reentry plan. The first concern the board raised at Ms. Pardon's last hearing was her criminal record prior to her incarceration. Ms. Pardon cannot change her past, but what she can do and what she has done is learn from it. As a teenager, Ms. Pardon was raped by a family member. Without the benefit of counseling or support, she coped with the trauma and the pain the same way that she had seen her mother cope with the trauma and the pain. through alcohol. From the age of 16 until she was arrested for this offense, Ms. Pardon was sober for a month at most. And her life quickly devolved into a destructive cycle of trauma, addiction, and abusive relationships. We know you hear stories like this all the time, but I want to be clear that we provide this background not to deflect accountability or responsibility from Ms. Pardon, but rather to show the work that she has done to identify and address the core issues that put her on this path in the first place. Nearly all of Ms. Pardon's arrests involved alcohol and poor judgment, and many were connected to the series of abusive relationships she was in. Recognizing that, Ms. Pardon's first order of business was her sobriety, and she has now been sober for 3 decades. Upon the board's recommendation in 2018, she has taken additional substance abuse programming in the last 8 years and has become a regular participant in Alcoholics Anonymous. She has also taken several classes on processing trauma and anger management, all of which have enabled her to reflect more deeply on the harm that she caused not only to Mr. Connor, but also to others whose lives she impacted due to her past crimes. She's developed tools to deal effectively with stressful situations that might trigger her past. Additionally, it is important to note that Ms. Pardon's conduct record in prison is a strong indicator that she will pose no risk to public safety if she were to be released. Throughout the entirety of Ms. Pardon's 30 years of incarceration, she's only received 11 write-ups, the last of which occurred 18 years ago. Not a single one of these write-ups have been for any sort of violent or aggressive behavior. She's been classified as low risk for nearly her entire incarceration. And Ms. Pardon has also never once failed a drug or alcohol test. Second, I'd like to address Ms. Pardon's programming. Prior to her 2018 hearing, Ms. Pardon had taken and received certificates in 19 courses. Upon the board's recommendation, Ms. Pardon has completed an additional 57 programs in areas that she and the board identified as places for improvement. In total, Ms. Pardon has taken over 76 classes and programs, including job seeking with a criminal record, critical thinking, and 12 steps of recovery. Third, I would like to address the board's concern that Ms. Pardon had not yet served sufficient time. Ms. Pardon agrees. There is no amount of time that could be served to make up for the taking of Mr. Connor's life. What I can tell you is how she has used her time. Remorse is not something that can just be said. It has to be lived, which is exactly what Ms. Pardon has done through service, through growth, and through prayer. I know that me standing here and telling you that Ms. Pardon is remorseful might not mean a whole lot, but Ms. Pardon's 30 years of action speak volumes. Finally, I would like to discuss Ms. Pardon's strong reentry plan, which the board has already heard a bit about today from her children and the parole project. Ms. Pardon plans to continue working in housekeeping and ultimately would like to open her own cleaning business, which she plans to call Angel's Cleaning Service. Because as Ms. Pardon always says, cleanliness is close to godliness, a value she cherishes. Ms. Pardon recognizes that despite her decades of sobriety, she will always be in recovery. Before we even took Ms. Pardon's case and before this hearing was even scheduled, Ms. Pardon wrote a letter to the State Library of Louisiana to request information regarding AA meetings and programs in both Baton Rouge and Denham Springs. She wanted to ensure that she would be able to continue her lifelong recovery journey if she were to be released. Over the past 3 decades, Ms. Pardon has put in the work to become someone her family, her community, and this board can and should be proud of. Through her meaningful reflection, prayer, her active engagement in programming, and her strong bonds with family and her community, Ms. Pardon stands before this board as a transformed woman. In recognition of her exceptional growth, we respectfully ask this board to recommend that Ms. Pardon's sentence be commuted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Will the other attorney speak or just one of you?
Just one, thank you.
Okay. I guess now we'll hear from Mr. Myers that's in opposition.
Good morning, Randall Myers, Assistant DA Jefferson Parish. I spoke with the victim this morning, Ms. Jarrett. She advised that her statement that's in the record is what she is standing by. She was not able to participate today, though she wanted to. She advised me that she did not get the January 5th letter from the board concerning the hearing to date, but she did have no objection to the hearing going forward today. Her biggest concern is, the remorse and how Miss Pardon, the remorse that she may have for the crime that she committed. In looking at her record and what she has done, my biggest concern is, and although she's had lots of programs, I know she's tried to get some additional programming that was not allowed due to her life sentence. But her Tiger score has numerous high need assessments, such as antisocial thinking and peers, substance abuse, mental health, employment, and total needs. I believe additional programming would be appropriate for her. At this time, based on the nature of the offense, we'll be opposed to her request.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Chair.
Any other questions or comments?
I did have one mistake. I noticed that Mr. Myers had concerns of her, well, I guess a way to earn a living or something, but I read in a letter that she was going to be getting widow's benefits so that would help her support herself when she does get out. Do y'all need to repeat that to her?
Yes, she said that she read in a letter that you'll be getting widow's benefits.
Widow's benefit?
Yes, I think I missed the first part of what you said.
She's asking if she is getting.
Oh, she's asking if you are getting widow's benefits.
I hope to. I should be able to, because my husband remained married to me throughout these years, and I'm not sure if I can or not, but I'm gonna try.
Okay, that's what I had read. So that would be one form of income that she would be getting if that does happen.
She was saying that that's one form of income that you would be getting if that does happen.
Do what?
I think she was just saying that that's one form of income that you would be getting if that does happen. I believe she was just letting everyone know.
I don't understand what she's saying. Okay.
She was saying that that's one form of income that you would be getting then if that.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be.
Thank you.
But I want to work.
Yes,
I definitely want to work.
that's very good.
Okay, I think we are ready to vote. Mr. Tillis?
So is going to be grant CTO 99 years.
He voted grant.
Yeah.
To CTO 99 years.
And Stapleton?
I agree with Mr. Tillis.
She also votes grant.
Mr. Prater?
I vote for grant. 99 years.
Mr. Freeman?
I
He
voted
also votes grant.
9 years with immediate parole eligibility.
And, my vote also is to grant to keep the sentence based on the record and the work that you've done.
She also voted grant.
I like
All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It's 11:47 and today is Monday, April 6, 2026. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Warden Travis today. Darius Credit, Assistant Warden Classification.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Willis. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you tell us your name and your DOC number, please?
Gerald Willis, 103259.
Sir, Mr. Willis. And let's see, I'm going to acknowledge some of the folks who are here today. We have your granddaughter on Zoom. See if she's on Zoom. That's Jasmine DeShazier. Did I say that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we have some folks in opposition. We have Mr. Scott from the District Attorney's Office in Orleans Parish. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Gerald Lewis and Raquel Lewis, who represent the victim. But I do see that they are in support and will be speaking shortly. All right, first I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Willis, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman. He's seated to my far right. Your case has been assigned to him. Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Willis, you are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish in September 1983. Excuse me, first it was August 1983, first degree murder. You received a life sentence. And then another sentencing date later in September 1983 for first degree rape and aggravated kidnapping. You also received a life sentence in that case. So those sentences are running concurrently, so you are serving life. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, good morning. First off, Mr. Willis, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put into this situation while you're in jail? And what have you done since you've been in jail that we should consider releasing you today?
Okay, well, things started off, Miss Allison Bunce, my girlfriend, for 6 months. We were staying together. We separated 4 months prior to her. She had come by my apartment and with my son. And she stayed the night, left the next morning. And next time I heard from her was March 8th. She called me, said she was going out of town. All right. Then March 10th, I decided to move out my apartment. And I was calling her at her home to find out what she wanted to bring the stuff that she had left in her apartment, in my apartment. But she wasn't there. They told me she was by Miss Florence Bass' apartment. So I asked them, do they have a phone number? Nobody had a number to Miss Florence Bass. So I went and rented a pickup truck to start moving, but they didn't have no pickup trucks at the time. Only thing they had was a van on the lot. So I rented the van, then I went back to my house, put some things in, then I went to Miss Florence Bass' apartment. And Allison was there then. And she was sitting on the sofa. Miss Florence Bass let me in. We talked briefly. And I asked let's go in another room because I wanted to talk to her in private because Miss Bass was in the area. And she said no. So I said, let's go take a ride. So we could talk. She said no. I said, then I told her, look, I'm gone. She said, I'm gonna call you. Okay. So I left. Then I got in the van, I left, I come back, but it was about 5 minutes, I come back. And I told her, when I had the gun in my hand, I never did point it at her, but I had the gun in my hand, I told her, I said, come on. And we were about to leave, and then I said, tie this throwing bad hands up. And then I said, no, I said, you coming with us. So we got in the van, went to the park. And we sit there a good while, we just talking. That's what he told her. I said, the reason I really want to talk with you, because I was moving out the apartment. And she asked me why. I said, well, 'cause I want to start a fresh start. I want to get closer to my job area. And then, he, then we started talking about us. I really wanted to know what's, because, you know, about her coming, you know, back to the farm, and I was happy to see her when she came on March the 1st, if she can, because I hadn't seen her in about 4 months after we had separated.
Let's get to what happened. I mean, what happened?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to get to now. So after we talked for a little while, and Miss Baz asked me, Gerald, come talk to her, and come hold and talk to her. That was she said. I wasn't really going in, and no intention was going in the back of the van. So when I went back there, we talked for a minute, kissed her, and next thing we made love. Then I told as fast, take your pants off. And I told her, I'm gonna show you how it feels. I was referring to when we broke up, she had left me because she had met somebody. And that was the reason I said that, done that. And then I got on this fast. It wasn't about 30 seconds. I said, this ain't right, this is wrong. I just felt bad about the whole thing. I got up, I stopped. We started talking again a little while. And then Ms. Bass said, Gerald, come on, Gerald, bring us back to the expressway, we're gonna walk home. So maybe about five more minutes, we talked a little more about different things. And I was about to get ready to leave. And all of a sudden I got up from my seat, she came, started coming. She said, Gerald, that gun ain't loaded. No, she said, that gun is not real. I said, the gun is loaded, it's real. And I told her, stop. And she just was coming a little slower. And after that, I told her 3 more times, I said, stop, get back, get back. And by that time, I kind of got up out of the seat, raised up a little bit. I couldn't stand up all the way in the bank because it was in the van. And I don't know if I just shot up, pulled the trigger, and that's what after I shot the other girl and we left. I left, took him out of the van and I left. And that was it on that. And before me being what I've been doing since I've been locked up, I've been working in the kitchen for 20 years, 19 years as a baker. I trained 85 inmates on how to bake. I've done 17 years at Angola in the kitchen. So altogether I had 37 years straight from week to week, just working in the kitchen. I worked 5 years in the bakery at Angola too. I've been up to all types of classes, substance abuse and anger management, sex classes, pre-release. I have certificates for all that. I have baking certificates, I have church certificates. Those things I've really been doing. But I love baking. That's the type of job I really like to work with when I get out, work in a restaurant. Either my 2 sons say they're gonna get me on at their job. They work at a steel pipe plant. And I really love her. She had 2 children from me. I was married for 13 years, and I have two sons of my ex-wife. That's the reason me and my wife gets 17 hours in development. That's when we now started standing over. And And she just said she wanted to move on with her life. Was kind of hurt by it, because I have some good plans for us. I wanted to marry, I had some more children. And, but she said she wanted to move on, so I had to accept what she said. I couldn't,
I got you. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. You need to really tell us the truth today. I mean, I'm very disappointed with your opening statement. Not even slightly disappointed, very disappointed. So anyway, we're gonna hear from Miss Jasmine DeShazer, granddaughter.
Jasmine Lewis.
I'm gonna talk to her. Miss Lewis?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, what do you have to say about your grandfather?
I would just like to say that, I get the story. I understand it, throughout the years of hearing everything that happened. Um, I'm basically the first grandchild that got in contact with him, and I'm the one that pretty much have everybody like communicating with him and just getting to know him. Um, I would like to see him come home because I do think that um he's learned um what he done. And I also think that, if my mom and my uncle Gerald Lewis, if they're able to forgive him, being that that was their mom, which is my grandmother, if we can see past it and accept him as our grandfather and our father, then I feel like anyone else should be able to understand just dealing with the pain that my mother and her brother had to go through all their lives. Um, Me and my grandfather has a good relationship. Being over the phone, I even visit him a couple of times. Um, so yeah, so I just would want to see him come home. He has plenty of grandkids now and great grandkids that he can only see through pictures. And I mean, like I said, we don't have our grandmother, so it would be nice to at least experience the rest of the years with our grandfather from our mother side of the family. Um, but other than that, yeah, we would just really like to see him come home and be with us.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the Warden Day.
Yes, I recently spoke with Gerald and sat down and had a conversation with him. As far as disciplinary, I guess since he's been locked up for the 40+ years, he's had 17 write-ups, the last one being in 2015. And he does contribute greatly in the kitchen for us. So that kind of speaks for itself there, but that's about all I have right now. Thank you.
Warden, I got one question for you. I see he was a level 5 on his mental health. Is he on any mental health? No, level 5 is low. Does he have any mental health problems?
Any mental health medications? Yeah. Are you taking
No,
Yeah, I'll check on that. Give me just a minute.
Okay, yeah, check on it for me, please. All right, well, let's now hear from the people that are really in favor, but let's talk to let's go with Brad Scott at Orleans DA's office.
Thank you. When I was listening to Mr. Willis's version of events, it broke up a little bit at the end, so I'm not sure if what I'm going to say conflicts with what he said, but I'll just kind of go over what I found in the police report, which is in our records. And I also wanted to say that the probation and parole report that y'all received said that y'all don't have the police report. If y'all ever want it, or if you want me to give it to probation and parole, they can reach out to me. We have it in scanned in as part of our file. And that's where I got all this information from. So on January 5th, 1981, Mr. Willis battered Miss Barnes. A domestic violence incident was reported, and unfortunately, Miss Barnes elected not to pursue those charges. Mere months later, March 10th, 1981, Mr. Willis tracked down Miss Barnes at her friend's house, Miss Bass. He went up to the house with a gun. He told them both at gunpoint to get into the van that he had rented. They both got in the van. He then drove off a little ways. He raped Miss Barnes. He then told, while he was raping Miss Barnes, he told Miss Bass, "You're next." After he was done raping Miss Barnes, he raped Miss Bass and told Miss Barnes, this is what you get for having sex with somebody else. In other words, dumping him to go to live with another man or to date another man. After he was done raping them, he tied them up in the back of the van and he drove them to a specific place, Berman Park. He chose that place because that's where he had met Miss Barnes. This was all planned in his head. The rapes, the kidnapping, and the murders. He then shot them both while they were in the van. Only he didn't kill Miss Bass. She unfortunately made a sound, though, at which point he grabbed the cord that he had her tied up with and he strangled her. And then he beat her hand with a metal object to see if she would flinch, to see if she was still alive. She successfully played dead. And after he left, she miraculously made her way out of this abandoned wooded area that people used as a dump, you know, like old refrigerators and trash was dumped there. And she found a house and she leaned up against a glass door and she just started knocking her elbow against the door. The man who owned the house was cutting grass in the front yard. His dog was barking. He goes inside to see what his dog's barking for, and he finds this bloodied woman on the ground, and that's how the police are notified of this incident. In the police report, it says that after Mr. Willis did all this and thought that he had successfully killed both women, he went to his ex-wife's house, Gail Taylor's house, where he threatened her with a knife. That was in March. He then fled the state and he was arrested in Miami, Florida on December 20th, 1981. This man does not deserve to be paroled. We would urge the board to deny his requests and keep him in prison for the rest of his life. But real quick, I want to make mention of Miss Barnes. I'm sorry, not Miss Barnes, Miss Bass, who was contacted by the parole board. And it looks as though she doesn't want to be contacted anymore. And honestly, I don't blame her. You know, these offenders get time after time after time, and every single time this wound is ripped open on these victims. And Miss Bass has had enough. It certainly doesn't mean she's in favor of anything, but she's just had enough and she doesn't even want to hear it anymore. She doesn't even want to talk about it anymore. So unfortunately, I'm her only voice. We'd ask for you to deny everything. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us. It always is very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we'll hear from Gerald Lewis, the victim's son.
Please.
It's my dad, and my sister Raquel. Victims of when we get time. I was 2 years old, she was 5 years old. And as you can imagine, like it's always, this didn't like him, hated he did to her. And things in my life happened that led me to prison. Prison, I'm like Angola, and always believed that me going to prison had a lot to do with meeting him for the first time. That's what I met him at. And meet him and talking to him, learn things about him in my mind and about what happened. Yeah, I've always felt like only God changed my heart for him. And meeting him for the first time, talking to him, the way he talked about my mom, I know he loved her. I know he's sorry. I believe in my heart that yes, he could undo what he would. But that's not how life go to work. You hear the facts about what happened, that'll never change. He did what he did. I do believe he takes accountability for it. He just have a hard time of saying that, expressing that, especially when he sees her. But I know he loved my mom. I believe my heart he was sorry for that. He expressed that to me. That he hated himself for what he did to her. And we lost both of them. I was 2 and she was 5. And we were victims of this crime. But I learned from my grandmother about forgiveness. And I believe me forgiving him as I do, it changed my life too. Because I was able to release that. And I carried that all my life about him for what he did to her. So I do forgive him. It's been 45 years now, and my mom has been deceased. In 45 years that he has been in prison. I know he loved her, I know he saw her. And me and my sister believe that if we can forgive him, we hope and pray that the state of Louisiana can too, and bring him apart, that he can spend however much time he have left for us, his kids, his grandkids, and great grandkids.
You say you met him at Angola?
Yes, sir.
You went to visit him?
No, I served 24 and a half years in Angola myself.
While you were in prison, that's when you met him?
And for the first time in Angola. Yes, sir.
And you forgive him?
Yes.
That's
Over
good.
hard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Raquel Lewis.
Morning. Yeah, my name is Raquel Lewis. I'm the only girl of my dad. I was 5 when this happened, March 10th, 1981. Me and my brother, he was 2. He don't remember anything about our mom, not even how she looks, nothing. If it wasn't for pictures and the neighborhood and family, we really wouldn't know nothing about her, you know. And from my dad, he tells us, you know, the good stuff. And we have a good relationship with him. He calls all the time from jail. I've never like had a hateful bone in my body for my dad. Even though I knew what he did was wrong. Even coming up, I went to private school, my grandmother, my mom adopted me and my brother. That's why our last name is Lewis. My name is Shirley Lewis. And she never, not once, like never made us hate him. Like she just was a spiritual person. Like she just never wanted us, after all, she always said that's still your daddy. You know, he did what he did and what was wrong, but that's still your daddy. She never like judged him for what he did. Never. And even with our adoption, like he still, by the state, he still was our daddy. He had to sign off on papers for her to adopt us. So we went through a lot, and we still go through a lot on a daily basis. I'm 50 years old. My mom's birthday is Friday, April 3rd. You know, and I know my dad is sorry for what he did. I'm his only daughter. And a lot of what he said up here, a lot of it's true. We hear about what happened on March 10, 1981. And like my brother said, he takes accountability for it, especially with me and my brother. He knows what he took from us. And like I always live with, I don't hate my dad. I don't. I hate what he did to my mom and her friend. I don't hate him. I just feel like he made a bad decision that day. And if he could, I know with everything in him. I know the love he has for me. Brothers, yeah, he do, but for me, I'm his only daughter. I'm his twin. Like, and I know because of me, I know that he don't have to say it. I know, me and God, I know I'm the reason. Me, like, he always knew that it's gonna be one of my daughters. Jasmine is my daughter, the one that just spoke. He always knew it was gonna be one of Raquel's daughters, because I never hated him. You know, the boys, they have their own way, you know, dealing with their dad, but I'ma always be a daddy's girl. I'm gonna always, you know, support him, whether he's in there or out here. I'm always, and I feel like today I wear our mom with us. And I knew she, you know, she know, I feel like she would want him with a second chance. I feel like she would want him with us. Because at the end of the day, we lost both of them. We've been doing this, you know, and my brother went to jail at 17, he was gone for 24 and a half years. Came home 4 years ago. Oh, and I've been out here, my immediate family was gone. And God saw my brother home, you know, and now we're here to try to get my daddy home, you know, and we just ask that, you know, if we can, you know, this is something that we have to deal with. You know, everybody else can go home, you know, and live their regular, but every time I go to sleep, I think about my mom. You know, all day we talk about our mom. You know, just had a grandbaby, she's named after my mom. You know, so this is, you know, something that we have to deal with. And at the end of the day, if we can't forgive him, we can, that's my mom. Allison Faye Barnes is my mom, our mom. And if we can't forgive her, we are just praying that everybody on this panel, everybody in this room, the state of Louisiana, can just finally get a second chance at life. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's get back to you, Mr. Willis. About what happened with that aggravated escape? What was that all about?
I was at Cherry Hospital, and something just come over, I said, well, I just tried this case. Grab for the sergeant gun. That was it, he just took it from me. I mean, I ain't never took it, he just had his hand on the holster down in it, but it didn't last about 5 minutes, and Charity Security came and it took me, put me in a lockup till the other people came and got me from the prison, from the parish jail.
I see you have 4 children. You got contact with all 4 of them?
Yes, sir. Every week I talk to them for years and years. They visit me and talk. I have 12 grandchildren, 19 great grandkids. And I'm in touch with all my grandchildren, talk, visit the city, gonna be there for me. Come home, they're gonna support me, help me, do whatever. Like I said, I never seen none of my great grandkids yet. I've got pictures of them. I talked to a few of them on the phone, you know, that's about it on that.
And I do want to note for the record, he has the level of mental health is 5. He has no problems whatsoever.
No problems. He's medical 4 and mental health 5, so pretty much nothing.
Yeah, so I apologize for that. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Where'd you get the van that you were driving?
I had rented from the rental place. I went to go rent a pickup truck, but they didn't have no more. All of them were rented out. The only thing left was a van. First, I wasn't gonna rent the van because I know I'm gonna have to make a lot of trips trying to move all the stuff in the van. So eventually, I wound up just renting the van and got the van.
Were these ladies together when you kidnapped them?
Say it again, sir.
Excuse me. Were these ladies together when you kidnapped them?
Yeah, they were together. Yeah, at the Florence as a fall.
Okay. That's all right.
From what I can read and what you said, all of this was premeditated because Miss Barnes had left you and you were going to teach her a lesson. You were going to, I mean, you had the gun, you were going to kill them, you were going to rape them, and you were going to kidnap them. Sounds like the whole thing was premeditated for both of them. Am I correct?
So that was never on my mind. When I went there, I went exactly to talk to her about moving the stuff she left in our apartment and talk to her about us. Now the other stuff was never, all that accumulated after I went in the back of that van. Miss Pat asked me to come back and talk to Allison and hold and talk to her. That's when things changed. But I had never had nothing like that on my mind. I didn't have to rape her. She had just left on my apartment a week before. She had been my girlfriend for 6 years. I didn't have no reason to rape. The honest truth on that.
But you did. The crime, the details of the crime, which the DA pointed out, were heinous and brutal for both of the ladies. So, and I understand forgiveness, and that's a huge part of healing. I would say that's the center part of healing for victims, but there's also consequences for behavior that you can have both forgiveness and there can be consequences. And for what I'm seeing here today, that's what I'm hearing. I just wanted to make a remark about it.
Mr. Willis, what's your level of education?
Finished high school in 1969.
Okay, you did. All right.
Ma'am,
And well, I saw in the record somewhere since you've been in prison, you were enrolled in a literacy program. Did you say you finished your high school?
yeah, I just took up some class just to do some, to have something, put on my record, that I've been doing, to school at Hunt. But I graduated in 1969.
Okay. And then you mentioned, other than the baker, you work in the kitchen, what kind of community service work do you do at the prison?
Well, let's see, I work all over the kitchen. I was a meat cook, dye cook. For bakery, I fell in love with. I had dietitian that really taught me while I was in Angola. That's where I really learned how to bake. And 5 years I was in the bakery at Angola, came to Hunt's, and the second day at Hunt's, they put me in the kitchen. But I didn't come in the bakery until after close to a year that I had been at Hunt's. So I was at Hunt's for 20 years, but I've been 19 years in the bakery, and I had taught these 85 inmates on how to bake, read the recipes, stuff like that. Different.
That's what I was getting at, is that community service. That's what I want that. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? You ready to vote?
Yes, okay. Mr. Willis, like I said, when I first started, I don't know if it's just because you're not able to or whatever, but your story I'd rather you just come right out and say, yes, I killed my wife and then I raped the lady. Than to sit up there and say, we talked. Y'all wasn't talking. But anyway, you do have no victim opposition. You've been in jail 45 years. You're a first offender and you're 75. I don't think you're gonna be, I hope you're not a public safety risk. My vote is going to be to commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman. My vote also is to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole.
Ms. Stapleton?
I'm sorry, based upon the heinous nature of the premeditated crime on 2 women at the same time, I'm gonna have to vote to deny.
Mr. Craig?
Yeah, so you've done some good things, but the truth of the matter is you took a gun in your van, you kidnapped 2 women, you tied them up, you raped them both, you shot to kill both of them. Only one died, fortunately, but it was a premeditated, horrible crime. And my vote is to deny.
All right, Mr. Willis. You received 2 votes that were favorable, 2 that were not. So the outcome today is that your application has been denied, sir. Good luck to you. Good afternoon. We are now at Raymond Laborde Correctional Center. It is 12:30. Today is Monday, April 6, 2026. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Nikki Shinmere, Deputy Warden. Raven Heath, classification.
Melissa Joshua, records.
Iris Harmison,
ADON.
Okay. And let me acknowledge we have some guests there for Mr. Sanders. We have his brother Willie Sanders, sister Dolores Horton, Geneva Green, sister, and a sister-in-law, Cynthia Sanders. And for those who've indicated they'd like to speak, we'll call on them shortly. And we also have joining us from the District Attorney's Office, or the District Attorney in Rapides Parish, Mr. Philip Terrell, who will be on Zoom, and we'll get his comments as well. First, Mr. Sanders, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. Your case has been assigned to him. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Introduce yourself again. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Robert Stein, 322550.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sanders, you're classified as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a total of 15 years. You were sentenced in Rapides Parish in December 2015. 3 counts of aggravated assault domestic, second-degree battery, and second-degree kidnapping. You do have a good time release date, which is March 11, 2029. Is all that correct?
Yes, ma'am, but I'm a second offender.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. My record said third offender, your master prison record. So I'll check that. Thank you for that. Mr. Free.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, tell me what got you into this position? Why you in jail? What exactly did you do? And please tell me the truth, okay? That goes a long ways today. And then tell me what you've done since you've been in prison that we should consider letting you out today. How have you improved yourself?
Good. I did another cause because she was living there with me. I didn't know nothing about none of that. I could have took the 5 years when the DA offered me 5 years and been back home a long time ago. But since I've been incarcerated, I've been took up classes, worked in all type of, did all type of things for the facility and everything else. Kept my head above water, try to get back home to my family.
Okay. All right, Warden, what do you have to tell us about Mr. Sanders?
He served most of his time at Rapides Parish. He only came to us in June of 2025. And since that time, well, since July of 2025, he's been residing in our skilled nursing unit. He's in poor health. He's a medical level of care 2, mental health level of care 5. He doesn't have any disciplinary issues with us. He's not in a position to take any programming because of where he lives. But I see in the past, he's done living in balance, phase 1 and 2. He has done 1 and 2, the 1 and 2 phases of risk management, and he is currently on the backlog for pre-release.
Okay, thank you, Warren. Okay, Mr. Sanders, here today to speak on your behalf, we have Willie Sanders, your brother.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Willie, tell us what you want us to know.
Well, I've been on Robert all my days, as obvious as I have. And I came out of the military. Another thing is that I'm on the positive side of his release, maybe because of time served, as has already been said. I know of no disciplinary action that he had on his record. Another thing is I've been supportive of him since day 1 of his conviction. I've kept funds on his book. I visit him at least once, sometimes twice a month when the system allowed it.
Okay.
And the thing is that if it, and when he's released, I'll be his support there. He will be living with me and I'll take care of him until prayerfully he's able to take care of himself.
All right. Thank you, sir. Miss Dolores Horton, your sister.
Yes. I've been a supporter of him. I know what he's going through. Cause I've been through it twice, with cancer. And I just, come home, so like my brother said, be a support. We never know when is our time. I missed half of my lifetime when I was going through, so I'm missing on his. To help my brother the best that we can. We always been a family that been close to each other.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Miss Cynthia Sanders, sister-in-law.
Yes, sir. I've been in the Parton family for 53 years now. Robert has actually been an inspiration. Even during his time of incarceration, he would always, he's one that I could always talk about the Bible. If I'm down, I talk to him and he's there to encourage me along the way. I've seen him grow spiritually. I've seen his attitude change. When he comes home, he would be in our home. And I just feel that it's his time, it's his season to come home.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Warden, I'm kind of confused about a level of care 2 with medical. Do you have someone there that can tell us about him and what's his ailments?
Yes, sir, I do.
I'm a registered nurse, and Mr. Sanders is in our infirmary because of his medical condition. I can tell him it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he has prostate cancer with metastasis to the bone. He has been going back and forth to different appointments for treatment for his cancer. Prognosis not very good. He's wheelchair bound, and he requires assistance with all his activities of daily living, like, feeding, walking, of course, bathing. He has to be turned and assisted with turning in the bed. Of course, we're transferring from bed to chair.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I thank you for that very much. It cleared up a lot. Okay, now we'll hear from Mr. Philip Terrell, Rapides Parish DA.
You're still on mute, Mr. Carroll. You're on mute still.
I'm certainly the least tech savvy DA.
Got it, you got it.
Good afternoon to y'all. I'd first like to start out pointing out that Mr. Sanders, over the course of his life, has had 18 individual arrests, one for armed robbery and several other violent crimes, one previous conviction for aggravated battery he pled guilty to. And in 1993, when he pled to the ag battery, the court placed him on probation. That probation was revoked in 1994, and he was released on parole when that term ended. His parole was revoked in 1996. If you look at the record of the instant crime, so this particular crime, I thought it was best summed up in the report from the folks who investigated it from y'all's department. The Court of Appeal in one of his filings said this court's original opinion in this case shows defendant grabbed his victim, threw her downstairs, held her at his apartment against her will, threatened to stab her with a metal skewer, sprayed her with lighter fluid, made her think he would set her on fire, and quote, make her look like a mummy. He repeatedly struck her on the top of the head with a knife, kicked her in her head, threw her to the ground, caused a serious head injury, and then poured lighter fluid into her head wound and continuously slapped her in the face. So the factors that I think that we need to consider in this case is also in the report that you got, the way I understood it, Mr. Sanders has never taken any responsibility for this crime. He said he didn't do it. The jury found him guilty. The Court of Appeal affirmed it twice. And he's never, in fact, he told the investigator from the Department of Corrections that he didn't get any help. Quote, I didn't know anything about the charges the court convict me of. She lied on me. The DA offered me a 5-year if I plead guilty to the charges. When I told him I wasn't going to be guilty, I didn't get any help and I lost at trial. I've not seen anything or heard anything today where he acknowledges his guilt or there's any remorse or any responsibility for it. The factors that I think are important today are Mr. Sanders' history of violent crimes, his lengthy criminal record, the extremely violent nature of the instant crime, the law enforcement, all current law enforcement operation in Rapides Parish who had anything to do with this case are adamantly opposed to his release. And as I said earlier, his lack of acceptance of responsibility for the crime. And with that being said, the Rapides Parish DA's office would ask that his motion for commutation be denied.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you showing.
Very much.
Okay, all right, Mr. Sanders. So as stated, so your claim is still none of this happened, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, he said he didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. I said, is your statement still the same? None of this happened? I mean, you.
I didn't live down. I ain't lived up there. I never lived up there.
Okay. All right. I got you.
Wait, what did he say?
He said he never lived upstairs.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, how did she get the blood behind her ears and the swelling, even though you made her take a bath? I mean, did y'all have any kind of confrontation?
Yeah, when she kicked my door in that night when I was laying in the bed. And I grabbed her. Her head hit the concrete wall outside the street. And that was it. Okay? She said that I made her stay. She said I made her stay there. But I went to work the next day and she was gone. 2 days later, she stayed at the house all that time until I think a year, some other time, that I didn't know nothing about none of it.
All right.
But when I went to court to find out about this and had a preliminary exam, the lawyer asked her what happened. She said that I did not kidnap her and I didn't do any of this stuff. Then when I came to trial,
She turned around and said, I did.
Right. Okay, I mean, you don't have a whole lot of classes, all right, I have no further questions, and I'll be ready to vote when the time's ready. Thanks.
Any questions? I don't see any questions, so I believe we are prepared to vote. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, be totally honest with you, I think you're leaving out some steps and stuff of what happened, but you have served 12 or 15 years. There's no doubt I don't think you're a risk to public safety at this point in your life anymore. And the other thing, we listened to the victim a lot and we could not find the victim to get a comment. My vote today is to commute your sentence to 13 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman. I don't think that he is a risk to public safety.
Mrs. Stapleton.
Have you served 12 years or 5 years? Time served appears as 5 years, remaining 10 years.
You had a 15-year sentence.
Have you served 5 years or 12 years?
12 years.
You served 12? Yeah, you served almost. Okay, I'll concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with the same stipulations as Mr. Freeman.
All right, sir. You received 4 votes to commute your 15-year sentence to 13 years and that you be immediately parole eligible. So that's the recommendation that will be made on your behalf. Good luck to you.
They granted in favor of you.
All right, the pardon board is now at the State Police Barracks. It's 12:52 p.m. on April 6, 2026. So Zeno, where's the captain? You're on mute still. I don't know if you know how to do that. Okay, we gotta wait on the captain to come in. All right, good afternoon, Captain.
Oh, hey, y'all.
Would you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Captain Patrick Washington, State Police Barracks.
Yes, sir. Thanks for hosting us today. So we have before us Mr. Zeno. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Edward Zeno, 542792.
Sir, and before we get started, I'd like to recognize some folks that we have here with us today in Baton Rouge. Speaking on your behalf is Sandra Carmel. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Carmouche?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me fix that. Let's see, and also speaking Jasmine Lehman and your minister, Pascal Mitchell. Also present, Mike Sylvester, Kenneth Celestine, Charles Francois, Destiny Monto, Leonard Morrison, and Javette Zeno. On Zoom, we also have a friend, April Alford, who's not speaking, but she's here in support. First, Mr. Zeno, I'm going to just read some identifiers into the record, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater. Your case has been assigned to him. So, Mr. Zeno, you are classified as a second felony offender. You are currently serving a 40-year sentence. You were sentenced in Lafayette Parish, let's see, to 40 years. You did, and that was in May of 2010. You have a parole eligibility date, which is in January of 2044, and the mandatory good time release date is in February of 2024. Does all that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Prater.
Okay, Mr. Zeno, good afternoon. Tell me what got you where you are. But first, let me ask you, do you have a 40-year sentence or a 50-year sentence?
A 50-year sentence.
50-year sentence. Okay, I was just making sure of that because they're consecutive. Tell us why you have a 50-year sentence and tell us what you did. And then I want to hear, the captain's always insightful. We'll hear what he has to say about your conduct while you've been there. But tell us a little bit about yourself and the manslaughter and the unauthorized use charges and what led up to that.
Yes, sir. First, I want to thank this honorable board for giving me the opportunity to talk about who I was versus who I've become throughout the years of incarceration, and allowing me to express my inner deepest regrets for the crime I have committed. I'm currently incarcerated for manslaughter and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Out of all sincerity, I want to apologize to the Livings family and for having them to go through this process of reliving this moment because of me taking the life of Mr. James Nelson Livings Jr., which I had no right to do. I was young and foolish and holding a lot of pain and anger that resulted in my actions on that night. I know my actions has caused emotional and financial burdens on the families. I fully understand that the choices I've made in the past is the same choices I have to live with for the rest of my life. I'm not just saying that I'm sorry because it's the right words to say in this present moment. I'm saying I'm sorry because I took a son from a mother. I took a son from a father. I took a father from his kids. And it hurts me every day to remember through conversations with my family members, for visits, and I always think about my situation. Just the thought of knowing Mr. James is not living because of me shames me. And it hurts me. I have been given a lot of time and space to do a lot of soul searching. And I always, in the midst of the beginning of my incarceration, I always blamed my parents. I blamed my stepfather. I would blame the community that I was raised in towards the things that I've seen as a child. But in all actuality, I even blame my psychiatrist for giving me these medications that crippled my life. But in all actuality, I had to blame myself because ain't nobody put a gun in my hand and made me do what I did. November 19th, 2008, I had a friend that had a car, and I basically gave him some money to borrow his vehicle. Mr. Bro and Mr. Mitchell was actually needing a ride. I gave him a ride. We had went to the liquor store and purchased some liquor. We drunk for like 30, 45 minutes. They wanted me to take them a ride to some female's house. We went, upon arrival at the females, Miss Chavis and Miss Chavis and Miss Como needed a ride at Burger King. Upon arrival at Burger King, Mr. Williams, which is the co-worker, the manager was Mr. James, and the co-worker, he actually ordered our meal. And he told me to come through the drive-thru. I went through the drive-thru. He told us the meal was $20. Miss Chavis gave him 3 5s. I gave him 4 1s and some quarters. We paid for the whole meal. And Mr. Williams went in the back to fix the order. Mr. James, which is the manager, he came and he said, "Hey, did you order your meal?" I'm like, "Yes, sir." He said, "What did you pay?" So I told him I paid $20 bill, which it wasn't a $20 bill. That's where the misunderstanding went. He said, he looked at his cash register. He said, "There's no money in the cash register." I'm like, "Just ask Mr. Williams and he gonna tell you." So I continued talking to Miss Chavis, and that must have aggravated him. So he said, "Sir, would you mind leaving? Because right now I don't know if you're playing or what, but I need you to leave, sir." So I told him I wasn't gonna leave unless I was getting the money or the meal. And right then and there, an argument erupted against me and Mr. James. Miss Chavis still was trying to tell him that we ordered the meal, but it was too late. So Mr. James asked for a physical altercation with me. So I had parked the truck and I had got out the vehicle. And when I got out the vehicle, I asked him to go contact Mr. Williams to see, so he can know that we paid. But I went in front of Burger King and the door was locked. So as I'm coming out of Burger King, Mr. McBride was a sergeant at Lafayette Parish Correctional Center. He said, "Zeno, hey, you all right?" I'm like, "Yes, sir." I said, "Why you asking me that?" He said, "Look like you intoxicated." I'm like, "No, I'm good, sir." And he had left. And when I went back by the drive-thru, Mr. Chavis was getting the meal from Mr. James. Me and Mr. James still was arguing. And then Ms. Chavis said, "Hey, come on, let's go. Zeno, let's go back into the truck. Let's leave." So leaving the drive-thru, substance was thrown at me in the truck. And I was stopping the truck, but Ms. Chavis said, "No, don't bring us home, bring us home." So I brought them home based on emotion and the anger. I felt humiliated. I was not mature at the time. I retrieved a weapon. And when I retrieved the weapon, I went back to the place. And when I went back, me and Mr. James started arguing again for like 5 to 10 minutes. And that's when I fired my weapon. I fired the weapon one time. And I had just left. And I wanted to stop, but Mitchell was like, no, let's go, man. Let's leave. But I'm like, so I left. The next morning, I surrendered to to the officers. In the midst of that, that's when I had went to jail. And I regret that to this day. Ever since that day, I have been taking every opportunity that the Department of Correction had to offer in order to detect who I was, why I did the things I did, and to detect if I could change instead of remaining ignorant. And I apologize to the Livings family. I'm so sorry for what I did. I've been waiting all these years to let them know that I wanted to write letters, but I knew that I couldn't write letters based on the position I'm in. I truly acknowledge that I separated a son from a mother. Sisters from the brother from these sisters. His 3 kids, I'm sorry for what I did. Anger management taught me about triggers. Triggers based on how can you de-escalate a situation when you're seeing that it's a heated conversation. And I know now that I shouldn't have never went back knowing Mr. James was still mad at me, knowing I still was mad. And me knowing that I was on a substance that night, which is no excuse in my actions. I have learned that my life became abnormal because of the abuse, because of the anger I had as a child. I used to drink liquor all the time. And in 12 steps, the 10th step was the most important one because it made me take an inventory and write all my wrongs. And in my journals, I write all my wrongs, all my regrets. Everything is in my journal. And community service always was implemented based on me being in programs. And these programs taught me a lot, like victim awareness. It taught me about the secondary victims. What if Mr. James was me and I was Mr. James? And how would my mama feel if the person that shot me was in front of the board asking for a second chance? I don't know how the victim family feel, but I want them to know that I'm sorry. And I never just did what I did. I never did it intentionally. It was just so much going on that it was heat of the moment. I wanted more programs than what was required of me because I wanted to be the best version of myself. As for my action plan, I do plan on working along the parole project as well as Fathers on a Mission. They have seen my certificates. They told me about the certification that it would help based on them getting me a job when I come home. I have a beautiful family support. It is only by the grace of God that enables me to become the man I am today. If the board sees fit to grant me based on my growth, my change, and full honesty, I promise that I will continue my classes to maintain my sobriety and never resort to violence again. I will never do that again. And it's not a day, it's not a day, it's not a year that passed that I don't regret what I did. And every program resorted back to God and Jesus Christ. And without me doing a moral check based on my character, I wouldn't be the man I am today. So today, I honestly pray that this honorable board allows me the opportunity to be granted. I agree to accept any conditions, any stipulations that the board that's necessary to help me with transitioning back into society. I can promise you that same guy that did that, this kid that did that when he was young, he's not that same person today that's in front of you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zeno. I believe you are truly remorseful and have said the right things that I'd like to hear as far as from your perspective. Captain, tell us what kind of fella he is since you've known him.
Zeno and I have known each other for almost 4 years now. He's been here for 3, but I've talked to him when visiting Raymond Laborde before. One of the things that I wanted to mention is anger management. Yeah, he's about to graduate anger management here. Victim awareness, I'm sorry. He's about to graduate victim awareness in the next couple of weeks here, which is something that we're very proud of because we haven't been able to do those things in a while. As far as him, no matter what I ask him to do, he's willing to do it. He does it with a smile on his face. Any work area that we've placed him in, they've been very pleased with his work ethic and his ability to adapt and to accept change. He mentioned community service, which is one of the things that I was very proud of. This weekend, we had our Easter celebration here at the barracks, and yesterday, Zeno volunteered to do face painting for the kids here who came to visit their family members. And it was a great time. Everybody had a really good time, and I was very proud of him for that. And he completely volunteered it. Nobody asked him to do it. He's been a star member of our team, and we're glad to have him.
Okay. All right. We appreciate that, sir. Thank you for that. Okay, we have a number of people that are here. I believe the chairman has already read the names, but there will be three in particular that will be speaking that are here at headquarters. Sandra Camule. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Let's see, you are the mother, and would you go to the podium, please, and speak to us and let us know what you think about this fella.
Good morning, good afternoon. I would like to begin to say thank you all for giving my son Edwin Zeno the opportunity to come before the board. And thanks to the Most High God in giving us life and good health this day. To the young man family, from the beginning to this day, I sincerely apologize. And sorry for your loss. I cannot begin to feel what y'all going through this past years. The loss of a child. I'm praying for y'all forgiveness. What my son has done was wrong. Through these 17 years, I watched a boy grow into a responsible, mature, respectable young man. In the time my son and I tried to reach out to the young man family was not success. I had went to my sister to see if I could speak to him. It was successful. When he was young, he got baptized. And we would attend Progressive Baptist Church in Lafayette. I'm so happy that he's still involved with church. Didn't matter what place they put him, I was there still today. Thank God I am able to stand here. We really miss him and pray that he is given an opportunity to be with us. I believe my son changed a whole lot. He was a young man. When we talked, he still continued to tell me how he accepted full responsibility for his action. I'm very glad for all he has accomplished. My family and I have a secure job for him. We also have a home. A 3-bedroom home, break home. When he could be released. So I'm asking y'all to grant him, give him a second chance. Thank y'all again. And to the family, I'm so sorry. Thank y'all.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate those words. Jasmine Leno, the sister. Jasmine, would you approach the podium and talk to us, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine. I'm Edwin's older sister. I understand the seriousness of what happened, and our family does not take it lightly. But over the years, I have truly seen a change in my brother. Edwin is not the same teenager he was back then. He has grown into a man with knowledge, maturity, and a better understanding of his action. He has taken steps to better himself by earning his GED, completing trade programs, anger management, being involved in church, and even mentoring others. Those are things that shows real effort and real change. What stands out the most to me is his mindset. He takes responsibility and does not make excuses. He understands the impact of his actions and wants to live a better life. If given this opportunity, he will not be alone. He has a support system by his side. He will be living with my mother and her husband in a stable home. And he already has a job opportunity lined up through a friend of mine. I truly believe Edward deserves a second chance, and I am confident he will make the most of it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you very much. And Minister Pascal Mitchell from the Church of Christ.
I wanted to, if I could say something real quick.
Yes, sir.
Jim and I come together. Jesus the Son of God 2 by 2.
Okay.
So me and him are together with what he's about ready to speak. But I step aside and let the family speak.
Okay.
And he pretty much gonna take control of what I would like to say for it. But I want to just say that Edward is a star candidate because we go in Cottonport and do prison ministry.
Yes, sir.
And we were there with him. And for him advancing from Cottonport to where he is now is a great step for him, showing his leadership capabilities for him to actually come out to society and do what's right. I just want to say that for the records.
Thank you, Mr. Sir, would you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Evangelist, or Brother Mitchell, or Minister Mitchell, a man of God who was called to go into that prison system. I was one that said, man, I don't want to go there. I didn't want to be there. And God knows that, you know, it was a fear for me because I come from a neighborhood where there was so much confusion going on in the same neighborhood that this gentleman and his family, we all grew up in the projects of Lafayette, Louisiana, off of Simcoe Street, where it was tough. You had to make the right decisions. My father was one of the first African-American policemen in that town, so they didn't mess with me that much because people was afraid to deal with wanting to deal with if they did me something. But then I took the gift that I've had for passion for people, and I started learning how to be a helper of my community by doing the right things and making the right choices.
Okay.
And I made a difference then. And then as I grew a little bit older and went to school and got my degrees and did all those wonderful things that people expect out of us to do, then I felt like I was a blessed person. Then I gave my life to Christ in 1982. Then I was introduced to prison ministry again, like I said, and now I found myself that I didn't think I wanted to go there, but I found the place where I needed to be. And in that place, I learned character. Then I learned how to speak and listen to people. Then I learned the word of God. And when I went to Cottonport, first I started off in Angola in 1996. So all my friends that wasn't in the graveyard, they were locked up. All, say friends, but associates and people I grew up with didn't know where they were. Then I found out that I had to do something that let God use me as a vessel to speak to people in the way that all of us know that we all make mistakes and we all do things out of our emotions and whatnot. But then I learned the right spirit to have. It's better to do right than to choose to do wrong. And then going through the system and learning the way things go, I was able to go to Cottonport, Louisiana. When I got to Cottonport, met a young man named Edward Zeno. Zenos are very well known in the Lafayette area. They have a good reputation for trying to do the right things. And I didn't know Edward at the time, but when I met him at Cottonport, and then when I started telling him about it, I knew his grandmother and I knew his mama a little bit, but his grandma and my mom and them, they all hung out together. And we come up in an environment where it was tough. And then when he started telling me his story, the only thing I could do is bring him to the word of God and let him know that he can change, and if he give his life to God in the spirit, that he needs to have in order to be productive and to have the right character, because we taught things that he didn't have opportunity to hear per se. But then when we connected to where I saw he was sincere, he wasn't being a con man, and he know I didn't play, because I come from the hood. And I knew the difference in when people was bluffing and people that were serious. And when I came here today and his mama gave me this accomplishment, this achievement, you all heard him speaking. This dude that's not no luck. He's a changed individual. And I came here as a witness to what I saw him when he got baptized, when we taught him the gospel, we taught him the truth. He accepted to change in the spirit of the mind first. And then he understood his need was to change and do the things, the right things. And then all of a sudden he started accomplishing things in that system where his behavior and his character was recognized by the wardens of the prison. Then when he got involved in the church service, he took part in doing those things and reading and changing and helping and mentoring people in that system. And then all of a sudden we got the news that he was being transferred to the state barracks for the state troopers. And I went visiting him there. We went visiting him. Me and some other brothers went there. He was serious enough for us to want to continue to walk the journey with him. And I do believe, giving him that second chance, he's going to be a productive individual, no matter where he goes, no matter what you all may want and require of him. He's a winner. He's going to achieve. He's going to do things with character, and people are going to understand there's a right way and a wrong way to do things. And he's made the right choice.
Okay, Pastor, Reverend, excuse me. It's sitting Sunday. But we appreciate, and I'm not making light of the word that you say, but I appreciate, I can listen to you all day long.
But I came here to support not only him, the family, the victim's family, and knowing that story that he told, know a lot of stories. We got people in the system right now. We working in the juvenile system, Kennedy 9, bands of hands, prison ministry. Man, I'm committed till I die. I'm 7 years old. I could give up and turn my back on all these folks. I don't want to preach to you all, but I know y'all understand. I'm speaking from.
We got to thank you for.
And I'm speaking from the truth.
Thank you for coming down.
This young man deserves a second chance.
Thank you.
He's ready for society. And I pray that y'all would consider it.
Thank you, sir.
And thank y'all for allowing me the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Okay, and of course, the parole project, who will not be speaking today, but we have the Honorable Channing Blake on the air if anybody had any questions of him. But we appreciate the work that y'all do with the parole project and that y'all are ready to help. And so I wanted to acknowledge that. Okay, now's the time we ask questions. Mr. Zeno, and I'll start out with the questions. It's apparent all the support that you have, but you did get 50 years. Tell me about the car. We talked a little bit about the shooting. Tell me about the car, the unauthorized use of the vehicle. You got 10 years on.
Yes, sir. So I had a friend from the neighborhood. He actually lent me the truck, and I actually gave him some money to borrow it. Like, I appreciate the truck, you know? And I knew that it was a red flag when I seen the deck missing out the truck, but I still needed a ride. So I take full responsibility of the truck. I seen the statement that the guy made, that he said he lost his keys in the club. I mean, outside of the club, in the parking lot. He said he lost his keys in a gravel road, And it was 2 a.m. where he said he was too drunk. So his friend had picked him up, and he came back and he found out his truck was missing. I have no acknowledgement of that situation, but I take full responsibility because I had the keys and I was in that truck that same night. when I did the worstest thing of my life, you know? So, yes, sir.
Did you go and get the gun or did you have the gun with you?
I went and get the gun.
Okay. I don't have any other questions really.
I have a question. Have you ever been written up for anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did you lose the good time for?
I lost the good time. That's a good question. I think it might have been behind a bleach bottle on side the bed. I was a healthcare orderly at the time. And one of my patients was actually catching seizures. I'm not for sure if it was behind that. I'm thinking it was behind that. It was behind something. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but I can't really recall it. But I do remember losing some
I
good
just
time.
saw it on your master print, well, whatever they call this now.
Yes, sir.
But it was on the screen and I didn't see any disciplinary
Yeah,
right.
it was years ago.
Years ago. That's all I want to know. So I mean, when was the last write-up you had?
2020.
2020. What was that for?
Me and an officer that was there, we had a misunderstanding dealing with some paperwork. I was working in a hobby shop, and obviously I was trying to sell some merchandise to her, which I was in a hobby shop. But the father actually felt like, hey, since you ain't doing the proper paperwork, I'm gonna have to go ahead and write this up because that's not the way of handling it. He didn't want to get his daughter in trouble.
Okay, but that's 6 years ago. Okay, I just wanted to know about your disciplinary.
I have something. Yes, sir. I'd like to speak to you about the family. You brought up Mr. Living, which I'm glad to hear y'all say his name, you know. His mother sent in her statement, and she intended, it seems, to have talked today. Something must have happened. But it asked in part of the statement, have you suffered financially as a result of this crime? It turns out he must have had a daughter and a son. I don't know what their ages were, and I don't know what his age was when he was murdered. But she says, no, not me. The kids had to struggle as they lost the income from their father. Secondly, it was asked if they suffered emotionally as a result of this crime. And she says, the mother, she says, yes, I still am. I have a very difficult time speaking about it or him. This was a senseless murder. I just could not handle all of this, but the remaining family responsibilities got me back on track. This is still a day-to-day thing for me. It never goes away. He comes to me in my dreams. My grandson looks just like him. So it's a constant reminder that my son is gone and could not see his kids grow up. My oldest granddaughter has never recovered from the loss of her father at such a young age. And then if they had a special request was no contact with me or my family. And I'm sure you've been told that. I don't know if your family knows that means third-party contact, no contact whatsoever. Not even your family. And one other thing I'd like to say to the victim, if she's listening, I don't know if she's aware that we have crime victims reparations and they have a fund. And I'd like for her to check into, if she hasn't heard about it, with the sheriff's office. It's loss of support, so the children can qualify for that, and mental health counseling. And it will help pay for that if there's any out-of-pocket expenses. That's part of the reason why I wanted to have this job, was to make sure that people knew about the assistance that crime victims get. So every time I get the opportunity, I do like to put that out there. And I am very appreciative of your honesty, sir, today. That goes a long way. I just wanted to tell you that. It sounds like you're very much on the right track.
Mr. Tillotson?
Mr. Zeno, how old were you at the time of the crime?
17.
You were 17?
Yes, sir.
How old are you now?
35. 35.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any other questions prepared to those. Mr. Freeman?
No, I got it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Prater,
But I
yes.
will.
Mr. Prater, yeah.
Mr. Zeno, I want to applaud you for everything that you've accomplished and for applaud your supporters here and all. I mean, you couldn't be doing any better. However, there are consequences to our actions, and although we have some leeway, we have leeway to recommend pretty much, but having served only a third of your sentence, having killed somebody and only served 15 years, and I say only, I know that's a lifetime for you and for your family that misses you. But 15 years for having taken someone's life, in addition to the other crime, is not sufficient in my eyes. And my vote is to not recommend this to the governor.
Mr. Freeman?
I do echo exactly what he said. Everything you said is great. Your support's great, but the bottom line is, you shot a guy who was originally first-degree murder, reduced to manslaughter. Today, I'm gonna have to deny, but keep doing what you're doing and reapply whenever.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Zeno, I commend you also. You're doing a good job and I hope you keep it up. My vote today is going to be to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I echo my colleagues, and for the same reasons, I want you to keep up the good work because you are on the right path. But my vote today is going to be to no. It's not enough time served for the loss of life.
All right, Mr. Zeno, you didn't get what you'd hoped for today, but so today your application's been denied. I do agree with my colleagues. You're in a good spot right now. You can do some good work where you're at. You can reapply, and I think your day will come. It's just not today. Good luck to you, sir. All right, so now Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'm Christopher Johnson. My DOC number is 429-322.
All right, Mr. Johnson, let me let you know who's all here with us and on Zoom. Today in support, we have Anderson Jackson on Zoom. Ed Anderson is here with us. Michelle Brown is here with us. All of those three will be speaking on your behalf at the appropriate time. You see Mr. Channing Blake with the Parole Project, who's also here in support on Zoom. Your mother, Ms. Barbara Johnson, is here. Christina Peary is here. Cornell Person, your dad is here, and church member Willie Anderson is also here. We do have opposition joining us by Zoom also. We have representing the victim, Ms. Helen Johnson and Ana Henderson, and both of them will be speaking also. First, I'm going to read some identifiers into the record, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Your case has been assigned to him. So, Mr. Johnson, you are classified as a third felony offender. You are currently serving a 27-year sentence. You were sentenced in April 2015 in Ouachita Parish for a manslaughter conviction. You do have a good time release date in October of 2037. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you tell us what caused you to be incarcerated and what you did?
Yes, sir. On October the 3rd, 2011, I was going to retrieve some money from Mr. Gene Williams that I had let him borrow the night before. And upon pulling up on his house, I was confronted by a friend of his. We got into a confrontation. It turned physical. They jumped me out. We got in the car to retrieve the gun. Upon returning, I fired 2 shots. One ultimately hitting Mr. Gene Williams and ultimately taking his life. A senseless crime, a senseless act which he didn't deserve. I'd like to say I'm sorry for my actions, my criminal senseless act that could have been avoided.
Did he owe you?
Like $200.
Okay. Warden, can you tell us anything about this young man?
Yes, sir. Chris don't say a whole lot.
Washington, Mr. Washington.
It's all good, brother. It is all good. Chris doesn't say a whole lot, but he speaks with his actions. He has been a solid member of our staff now at our staff development center. He's one of the leaders in their kitchen, actually. I got threatened one time when I said I needed to transfer to a different job. I had the privilege recently of going to a Toastmasters event at LCIW. Chris is the Sergeant at Arms for our Speakers of Valor team. And it was a leadership conference. And I was shocked because I didn't know Chris could talk that much. But he gave a very good presentation to the other leaders in the Toastmasters organization. And I was very proud of him. Like I said, he does a fantastic job at Staff Development Center. And the Sergeant at Arms role fits him well because he is a fellow who he may not be able to speak in front of you, but in front of his peers, he's a leader. But thank y'all.
How long has he been there with you?
3 years.
3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Blake, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Christopher Johnson. Because of the programs and the classes he's taken, his current responsibility as a chef, his faith-based programming and participation, along with being involved in Toastmasters, we've accepted him into our program. give him a favorable recommendation today, giving reentry services that include transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. He will all guide him through his reentry process. So based upon his rehabilitation and his record, we ask that you give him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Anderson Jackson, are you there? Okay. Let me try that. How you doing? All right. Would you like to say something on behalf of Mr. Johnson?
For Angela Wings.
She's a victim. We don't want the victim. No.
Is that Ms. Ballet?
Okay. All right. You're against, so you're a sister?
Angela Wings' sister.
And your name?
Helen Johnson.
Okay.
Helen Wings Johnson.
Okay, go ahead and tell us what you'd like us to know.
With this hearing and I'll just don't feel like it's about that time, you know, with based on we can't see our brothers anymore, everybody is just and they all say to his kids there, they grew up without them going from every day to seeing them to nothing at all, and everybody just still hurting from it, and it's like some people just don't feel like it's like there was anything wrong with the accident, that occurred on that day. I don't know how to feel about the situation or about this hearing. I honestly don't think it's time as for freedom, because with the intention of someone, saying that they had been taken over to someone is not someone that needs to be released at the moment. That's just my opinion, and it's been a hard time, with the kids and just living day without him. It's been, 14, 15 years now? And he was only like 24, 25 years old, and he was taken from us too early. It's like, it took a hold on everything.
Okay, we appreciate your comments. Is your other sister there with you, or she's on?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Anna.
Yeah. I can hear you.
Would you like to say something also?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair.
All right. Did Mr. Ed speak? Go ahead. Yes.
He's here.
I'd like to say good afternoon and present time, everyone. Stating on behalf of the Church of Christ at Waterloo Drive, Monroe, Louisiana, I come on behalf of the church family. Christopher would know me as Lamar probably, because it's my middle name. But I would like to say, first of all, I'd like to thank the Department of Parole Board for allowing me this opportunity to come and stand before you on his behalf. Second, I would also like to sound on part one forgiveness to the family for the loss of their loved one. The Williams family, I know they did lose someone, but in life, sometimes we all make bad choices. And I don't know all of the details, but I do know this family. I worked with this family for years and years, mentoring young men in their family. But on the behalf of Chris, from hearing the secondhand news, and also hearing from the warden at the prison there, Chris has definitely made a change from his grandmother his mother and his father as I speak with them and I go out and pray with them. My brother and I will go out and share with their family. I do believe that in life, young men will make some bad choices. Life is all about choices. I used to teach in the juvenile detention center. We need to just Yahoo it. And I believe today, all of our young men, we need to just Yahoo it. You always have other options. I believe that Chris has taken a different route in life. From the things that he did as a young boy, I knew about the things he did probably before this manslaughter case. And his sister and I would always converse on his behavior. And I do believe Chris has definitely made a change in his life because of the things that he's doing. Most people that are incarcerated, they don't make change. We hear them making change, but we don't see it. The proof is in it put in today. You heard from the people speak on the panel, on the screen. I do understand the family, they're hurting. His family is hurting also. We don't need to continue to move young men into the system. He served 16 years plus. He needs to get out, change his life to raise his young daughter, his son, spend his later years with his mother and his father and his sibling. What I would like to say, if it's within your heart, please allow this young man to have one more life of time in society, in the free world. He has a job waiting on him. He has young brothers in the church congregation ready to mentor him. He has a family ready to provide proper living for him. I would like to say thank you for this time and this opportunity. May God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Is she on Zoom or on the phone? Okay. How you doing?
Hello, Michelle Brown, I would like to thank you guys as well for allowing us this opportunity to come here and speak with him, speak on behalf of my local priest. I am his baby sister, and I know he's probably surprised to see me because I'm probably the last person he'd expect to see. But I did feel in my heart that it was important for me to come to support him. Over the years, over his time, I've spoken with Chris. I probably visit less because he knows I wasn't for it. But in speaking with him over the years, the conversations that we've had, I truly believe in my heart that he has changed and he has realized the error of his ways and he's made choices and decisions to correct those things. I do feel that if he's he's ready to see release, he will be a benefit to society. I know in speaking with his son, some things his son is doing, I talk with him, when he speaks with him, he corrects him because he don't want him to see him go on that path. So I do feel that he'll be an asset to the younger people, our younger cousins, his cousins, in our family. So I just ask Phil if you would feel in your heart to bring him this opportunity. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much for coming. Mr. Johnson, did you take a lot of classes while you've been incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
Tell me the one that impacted you the most.
My first one that impacted me the most is experiencing God, because it brought me in a more personal space with God, and I was able to deal with my forgiveness, forgiving myself, and to move on. And the second one was thinking for a change, because it was able for me to recalibrate my thinking from criminal activities to becoming a productive citizen in the community I serve in, and also victim awareness, because it made me aware of the victim's family, Mr. Williams' family, pain and suffering I caused them undeservedly, emotionally, physically, mentally, and even financially. Even for my family, the shame and hurt I caused them, because I wasn't raised that way in my community. The hurt I caused my community. That's the top three for me. Also AA and NA.
Okay. When was your last write-up?
I don't have no write-ups, sir.
You don't have any?
No, sir.
Okay, not even when you were, before you came to police barrack?
No, sir.
How old were you when the crime was committed?
I was 31.
31 at the time? How old are you now?
47.
All right, I have no more questions.
He's 47. Second.
It looks to me like before this particular crime happened, you had a series of different crimes. I mean, you were leading 1999 attempted second-degree murder, 2002 resisting an officer, aggravated battery, disturbing the peace. So it seemed like leading up to this crime, your life was full of different crimes. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to say my environment, but I had a criminal mindset. And when you're young and have ample time on your hands and you get influenced in different ways, and I had a criminal mindset. That's why I like DOC for the Department of Correction of correcting the programs that I took. Thinking for a change would help me to think better and to analyze my thinking and rationalize my thinking, not to have those criminal ways. Instead of like being a confrontation, if I feel violated, to call the authorities instead of taking matters into my own hand.
Yeah, it seems like when that happened, there was, according to this, and you can correct me, a verbal and a physical altercation with Mr. Coleman. And then you returned to the scene in a vehicle, and that's when you had the handgun and you fired shots, hitting Mr. Wings. Is that correct? So disengaged, but then you came back.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he got shot. One of the bullets went in his eye, and that's what killed him. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how old were you when that particular crime happened?
I was 31, 32.
31 or 32. So, we have a person that was 17. 31 or 32, by that time, you're not still a young man making young man bad decisions. You're a man that could be in the army fighting somewhere or something like that. I mean, you're grown up at that time. So 31, you're making your own decisions by that time. I just wanted to ask about that.
Yes, ma'am. No excuses for me.
Yeah, I applaud you for that. You haven't made any excuses, sir. So you are on the right track, and you're doing everything that we would want you to do. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? What was, at the time, what was your level of education? At the time this happened, you had graduated high school, you have a diploma?
Yes, ma'am.
What year did you graduate?
1995.
Okay. And how many years have you served?
14 and a half. It'll be 15 in October.
Okay. You, there's a letter in your record, kind of tell us a little bit about your upbringing and your, raised in a good household, and then something happened to one of your little relatives, and maybe some reasoning as to why you were angry all the time. Did you write that letter?
Yes, ma'am.
It was very well written. That's why you don't have too many words today, like the captain said, but he said you spoke very well at Toastmasters. And then I had to go back to that letter and ask you if you wrote it, because it was very well done, and it shed some light on things that were going on in your life. So I want to thank you for that. Yeah, she said she didn't want to speak. She was okay, she said. All right, I think I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
Well, Mr. Johnson, I'm really proud of what you're doing, and I hope you keep it up. And Mr. Washington, Captain Washington is very, has a lot of trust in you, and that's good. At the time, I'm going to have to vote to deny because her life was taken, and I don't think you've done enough time, but I truly hope that you continue the path you're going.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm gonna concur with Mr. Tillis for the same reason and with the same sentiments.
Mr. Prater?
I'll concur with for the same reasons as Mr. Tillis. But I also want to add a little bit more encouragement to what you're doing. You're very impressive. Your support is very impressive, and your behavior is very impressive. So, although it is discouraging, I'm going to use the words, try not to be too discouraged, because you're doing the right things and you said the right things, and your support is in the right place.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur 100%. That letter that you wrote was excellent, excellent. It's just not enough time with another attempted murder in your past. So my vote today is to deny.
All right, Mr. Johnson, I am truly impressed with your disciplinary record. It's not often that we see somebody in jail for as long as you and with your history without any write-up. So I want to commend you on that. Keep up the good work. Today, you didn't get the vote you had hoped for, but I think you hear the encouragement. I think you're on the right track, and I think your day's coming, but it's just not today. So good luck to you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank y'all.
Okay, now we're ready. All right, Mr. Deere, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is Eric Deere, address is 07013 Circle, Tyler, Texas, 75706.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And we have with you today in support, your wife, Miss, is it Ama Deere?
Alma.
Alma, I'm sorry. Let me write that. And then also on Zoom, we have some opposition from the district attorney's office in Beauregard Parish, and we'll ask for his comments at the appropriate time. So, so let me just read some identifying information into the record, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater. Your case has been assigned to him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Deere, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 36th Judicial District, Beauregard Parish, in August 2006. 5 counts of computer-aided solicitation for sexual purposes. You received 3 years on each count, and those ran concurrently. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Craig?
Okay, Mr. Deere, you served 3 years, correct?
505 days of the 3 years.
Okay, and then you got out and you were on parole, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And when did you get off of parole, completely released from any obligation from the state?
I think that was August of 2010. 3 years later, after August or September of 2010. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you had to register for a while, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And when did you get off of the registration requirements?
November of 2021 is when I was finally removed.
Okay, and so November of 2021, you were through with us at all, through with anything to do with the state. And it's, now you just want to cleanse your past and get firearms back, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, how old were you at the time that this occurred?
22, I believe.
Okay, and your victim was 15, correct? Okay, and there were 5 counts of it, but it was the same victim,
That's
correct?
correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and you are wanting full pardon with restoration of rights.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see. I think that's all I needed to ask as far as questions goes. Before we get into, and we need to talk to you and I want you to tell us what happened and why and all that sort of thing. And then we want to talk to somebody that wants to speak in opposition on Zoom. And so first off, tell me a little bit about how this all occurred and why should we give you a pardon?
Sure. So at that time, I was a much different person than I am today. At that time of my life, I had a lot going on. I walked out of basic training from the Air Force. I lost my best friend, and through pretty much that entire period, I just isolated myself. I didn't breathe real well. I didn't deal with, I guess, things that life was throwing at me real well. So I just isolated myself, and the internet back then was still fairly new in our community and area and everything. And I just logged in online, and it was just a new thing for me, essentially. I just didn't have those coping skills and things needed, back then. And instead of dealing with it in a productive way, I just isolated myself and made poor decisions. That's the gist of it, really. And there's no excuse for what I've done. I fully own everything, all of it. It's obviously the one that did it, and I've just, turned my life around. I greatly pardon with erase the past. It's not what I'm seeking. I'm not trying to erase it. I can't. It's not, what I'm here for. I'm trying to be able to move forward in a productive manner. I definitely thank you guys for allowing me to be here. This is not something I take lightly. I know not everybody gets selected to even make it to this stage, and I appreciate that.
I've learned a lot of hard lessons, if anybody in my position, would, about accountability, about choices, about the kind of life that I want to lead moving forward, and from them. I've made a commitment to change, and I've backed that up with my actions since then. For the past 12 years, I've maintained steady employment. I've been working with the same company. I've been 15 years in the same industry, and I've worked my way from the bottom as hard as I can to get as high as I can. And through hard work and continuing to grow professionally, I've built stability for not only myself, but for my family as well. I'm now a husband and a father myself, and being the best version of myself for them is what I try to do daily. I've also been intentional with the people that I surround myself with. They're positive people, make sure that they have a positive influence on my life to support my growth and continue to keep me on the correct path. And, accountability is the right thing. If granted this pardon, it would open up doors for me to be able to continue advancing my career. I've been fortunate to make it as far as I have. I've worked really hard to get to where I'm at, and for me to be able to make the next, anything beyond, where I am. I need a little bit of help from you guys, and on that side of things. That would be great support here for. But it also restores something, deeply personal to me, and that's the ability to hunt. A lot of my favorite memories growing up were with my dad, and out in the woods. He passed away a few years ago, and being able to reconnect with that part of my life would mean a lot to me. I'm not asking you guys to forget what happened. I know that it's not a good thing. I get it. But basically, the opportunity to continue moving forward in a positive manner like I have over these 16 years since. I've worked hard to build a life that I'm proud of. I am. And I will continue to do so. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yes, sir.
It's a lot harder than it's.
Okay. Well, we're going to hear from, were you concluded your statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know it's an emotional time for you, and whatever the board's decision is today, after we hear all the witnesses, whatever the decision, it's not a reflection on what you've done since. Okay? Although we base our decisions on that, but in my estimation, if you are denied, it's not because you're a bad person or because you hadn't been trying and have turned your life around. It can be other things involved too. So I know you're very emotional about this. Okay, now we want to talk to Mr. Jimmy Lestage, and he's with the 36th Judicial District Court DA. And we're ready. Mr. Lestage? Am I saying that word right? Your last.
It's Lestage, but that's okay. I had to find the unmute button. Yeah, I'm Jimmy Lestage. I'm the district attorney in the 36th Judicial District. That's Beauregard Parish. I was actually the assistant district attorney that was assigned to the case that prosecuted Mr. Deere 20 years ago. But I'm glad to hear he's doing well. I'm glad to hear that his life has been successful since he finished his time and his parole and his probation time. But that doesn't negate this for the victim in this case. There's still a victim, even this many years later, and to grant a pardon, in my opinion, would be telling that victim in this case or any case like it, that this didn't happen, that it's not as important as you thought it was back then. Her memories as a 15-year-old aren't hunting with her dad. They're being victimized in a case by a 22-year-old at the time. So, I'm glad he has a family, and I'm glad he's doing well. I'm glad he's been in the same industry and successful for all these years. I really hope he continues that. But I think a pardon in this case or any case like this just minimizes the victimization. It also goes against what I think is supposed to be a deterrent in cases like this. that it is something that sticks with you. If you make that decision, that's a permanent decision for you. It's permanent for that victim. She remains a victim for the rest of her life. So for those reasons, I'm opposed to the granting of a pardon in this case. And I appreciate you granting me the time.
Yes, sir, Mr. DA, thank you very much for appearing. It means a lot to us when the DA themselves will come on and, or the DA staff even will come and talk to us. We thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Deere, then now is time for our questions from the board, and then we'll vote after that. I think I'm pretty much familiar with your case. Let's see, you've only been off registration since 2021. My question to you, I guess, what did you say about the Air Force?
Before that time, I had went to basic training and washed out.
Okay, watch that. So,
That was prior.
okay, and my question would be, did you know this girl was 15?
At the start of it, no, sure, but eventually, yeah, I found out and made some decisions that I'm not proud of by any means.
So there was no question that you knew she was 15
Correct.
when you're 22 and this occurred?
Yes, sir. When it occurred, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That was evident, plea bargain and everything. I took, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Do you?
Were there other alleged victims?
No, sir, there was none. They went through all of my stuff and everything, computers, all digital media, cell phones, everything. There was nothing else here.
Well, there's the reason I was going to ask the same question, because there's some information in the record that says alleging there were multiple victims in this case in both the state of Texas as well as Louisiana. And the victim of the instant offense, the reason why we're here today, that was the strongest case. So that's the one they pursued. So how would you respond to that statement?
That I don't really have any knowledge of that. Be honest with you.
All right.
But whether you had knowledge of it or not.
I don't recall there being anybody else given in that circumstances, like related circumstances.
Were you
No, please.
Were you? I don't think I need to ask you.
During the time that you were incarcerated and on parole, did you take any classes or treatment?
I had to go through some counseling when I was on parole. Every Wednesday, every week, had to go to a class through the parole period. Yes, sir.
How long was the parole period?
A little over a year and a half.
I see. I have no more questions.
No more questions. All right. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater.
Yes, sir. I congratulate you for what you've done. I know how emotional it is. I can tell that. And I wish you well. However, I kind of compare it to a cancer that gets cut out and you're in remission, but yet there's still a scar there and your record, your scar. And in this particular case, I'm not prepared since it's just been since 2022, you've been off of any kind of oversight. And I'm not prepared to grant this. My vote is to not move this forward.
Mr. Freeman.
I voted to deny due to law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote also is to deny because of law enforcement opposition and not enough classes are taken. Sexual abuse.
My vote is going to be to not due to law enforcement and victim opposition. There's also a high recidivism rate in these types of crimes. So that's why we need more cleansing period for years.
All right, Mr. Deere, you didn't get the vote you needed today. So today your application's been denied. So keep doing what you're doing. Goodbye.
Quite all right.
Yeah. Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and your current mailing address?
My name is Joshua Harold. Mailing address is N16 East Main Street, Oak Grove, Louisiana 71263.
We call you Josh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're here today, Mr. Carroll, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in West Carroll Parish, January 2013, simple burglary conviction. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 4 years of probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
correct.
Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. I'll turn it over to her.
Okay, will you tell us something about what happened? Because you could. Cause all about the crime, please.
Yeah, so, short and simple, it was, September the 11th of 2012. And I just gotten, I just broken up with my girlfriend, and at the time I had been heavy in use of alcohol and drugs. And, we rode around several hours and drank beer, and I took a lot of Xanax, and we broke into Cindy K's restaurant in Oak Grove at about 1 a.m. We stole $400 from the register.
All right, and so then you got caught. How'd you get caught?
Yeah, not sure how, but I was arrested a few days later. I'm not sure all the details of how they put together the facts who did what. I do believe, I was with my cousin, I do believe that she did go to the sheriff's office and.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me something about the cruelty to animals with a gunshot wound.
So that was events that happened the same night after the Cindy K's. Cindy riding around, and we ended up at Mr. Victor Smith's house. And I believe, I don't know whose idea it was, but I believe the goal was to roll the house. I'm not sure if my cousin had something better with me or whatnot. I didn't even know whose house it was. And I was charged with attempting to shoot the dog, which I do not believe happened. It's not my nature to shoot dogs. I did have a pistol, and I was there at the house, but the events of that night are very sketchy. They're blacked out a few times, and my belief is that I shot in the air to attempt to silence the dog.
So you legally had a pistol with you?
I did.
You legally had a pistol. And then you broke into Cindy K's.
That's correct.
Kitchen. And then you went and you think that y'all were gonna roll a house, and there was a dog there. And then the dog though ended up with what looked like a gunshot wound. I guess they didn't find the bullet in the dog, but
It
just a
wasn't.
wound, some type of wound. And they said that that must have been what happened.
The vet report was inconclusive. They could not rule out a gunshot wound. The dog had a wound, but it could not permanently gunshot wound.
So what have you done with your life since then? What have you done about sobriety and different things like that that got you in trouble that night?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I went through, where do you want me to start? You want me to start when I got arrested and went to jail? And
Yeah, because that's really when it came to it, because you said you were on Xanax and all kind of different things. So go ahead
Yes,
and
ma'am.
start
So,
there.
I was arrested September of 2012, and of course, I was forced in sobriety, staying incarcerated. In January 2013, I was ended up being released, but I was sentenced on that date. I was sentenced to 4 years, 5 years, 4 years probation. And my condition was to complete 7 months of in-house rehab. I completed one program at Grable Recovery, and I failed 2 programs, one here in Baton Rouge and the other in Winsboro. And then I ended up in the grace of God in drug court after this failure and sanctions. And in drug court is really where my attitude really began to change, and I learned about all of just the problems and
that I had caused people over the years and got to really sit and marinate in it. And so from that point, my last narcotic use was 2012. I still drink occasionally. I did not drink in Georgia. I maintain a sober mind. And I mean, since then, so in 2014, I began an abstracting business, and my grandfather's an attorney there in Upper Mississippi. And it's a very small town, and I began to do title work for all the attorneys around, for my grandpa primarily, but several others around. And I did that for 10 years. And in that, I cultivated a lot of relationships, long-term relationships, and I learned how my product needed to be accurate, comprehensive, and I needed to be trustworthy, that I was making the right reports, and I needed to be timely. And so 2014, I also started enrollment at Louisiana Delta Community College. I had enrolled before in 2009, in 2011, and my grades were terrible. I didn't really care about school then, but in 2014, made straight A's at Louisiana Delta Community College. In 2016, I entered Louisiana Tech University in A's and B's. And in 2020, I entered Mississippi College School of Law, which I finished in 2023. Got lead status from the bar based on my own criminal history. And so, but over the years, the biggest game changer for me probably was the birth of my daughter, when in 2018. And at that point, I had enough sobriety and I had enough time living a responsible life that I was able to really put into practice everything that I had learned. And it wasn't so much geared towards me, but it was more geared towards my daughter and how these things that I have learned, how could I help her with them?
So in 2018, that's when you decided to get right with law school and everything like that, and decided to make the good grades.
No, man, that would have been 2004. Well, separate those two things.
Separate them.
The good grades came in 2014.
Okay.
And then law school, I really didn't make that decision until 2019, 2020.
Okay.
I had thought about it for several years, but never did.
So that came a little bit after your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I see that in 2023, you graduated magna cum laude. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
It's wonderful. It's Mississippi State?
Mississippi College.
Mississippi
They're in
College.
Jackson.
Okay. So it says that you're currently employed at your grandfather's law practice.
Yes, ma'am. I'm self-employed. We're partners, so practitioners.
So what is the lack of this pardon stopping you from being able to do?
The biggest thing is practical. I cannot get a notary's license, and that is a huge function of our real estate our practice is real estate. So, and I can't get a license without a government part.
Okay. All right. That's alone to other people.
Questions?
You had a 5-year sentence.
Yes, sir.
How much time did you serve?
4 months and another month and a half on a probation violation.
You served 4 months. And then a month and a half on probation.
On a probation violation, yes, sir.
And that's all the time you served?
But you were on supervision for the entire time? For
Yes,
the
ma'am.
entire, 5 years, 4 years?
I was on supervision until 2014 when I graduated drug court.
Okay, 2014.
And at that point, my sentence was set aside, expunged. I got first offenders automatically.
All right, any other questions? I don't see any other questions, so Mr. Carroll, I think we're ready to vote. Mr.
Okay.
Stapleton?
All right, well, it's been 12 years since you're on paper for anything, and that's one of the things that we look at. Of course, and you made some excellent improvements in your life. So I applaud you on that. So I'm going to vote today to grant a pardon with firearms.
Mr. Prater?
I concur. Grant with firearms.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny.
All right, and Mr. Carroll, my vote today would be to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. So you got one vote that was not favorable, but you did get 4 favorable votes, so we'll make the recommendation. On your behalf. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are now at Franklin Parish Detention Center. And you are Mr. Santos? You're still on mute. I have to unmute the microphone. Maybe the officer can help you.
I could do it.
Can you say you're, no, we're still on mute.
Is it? Hello?
Yes, yes, yes. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Jose Santos, 551693.
You speak good English enough where we can interview you today?
I'm not 100% speaking English, but I can do my best what I can.
No, but do you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Santos, you're here today because you're asking for your sentence to be commuted.
Yes, ma'am.
You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in 2009 to a
Yes,
30-year sentence for manslaughter conviction. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you, sir. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman. We do have the district attorney's office from Jefferson who's here with us today on Zoom and wants to have some input. So we'll call on him shortly. But first, would you answer Mr. Freeman's question?
Okay, Mr. Santos, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put in prison? What crime you committed and what involvement you had in the crime? And also tell me what you've done since you've been in prison that I should consider letting you out today. Or
What I did on 2007, because I didn't never say the truth until the before I got locked down, because even with the way the female, her name is the Contrario, she is a Spanish female. She's in Spanish and she's so me about me and the victim. Me and the victim in apartment. It's my apartment. I live in apartment. So I think it's a Friday morning, Friday in the morning. We in apartment. But before Friday, he went to Orlando. Before Friday, he went to Orlando, but I don't know what time he show up. Way in the morning, by midnight he show up in the morning. By like between 12 or 1, between 12 or 1 or some or 2, I can't remember. So I was in a upstate drunk, and when he show up, so he say, "Let me enjoy with you. Let me drink with you." Yeah, I say, "Cool, come on, enjoy with me. We could drink." So we drunk. So we drunk, we dance. So he stole drunk. He just keep drink, and it wouldn't kind of like he like stole like he trying to fight with me. He say, "Jose Santos, I want to fight you." That must say you know how to fight. I want to see what you got, what you know about. And I told him, Jose, his name Jose too. And I told him, Jose, I am not trying to fight you. I'm not here for that. I'm trying to go and drink my beer, and that's it. So at that time, I thought he just played. I thought it just jokes. No, he got zero, and he know how to kick. He know how to kick and punch me on my face. He knocked me on the floor. He didn't knock me out, but he just knocked me on the floor. And I told him, Jose, don't you kick me no more. Don't you do that no more. Man, what you gonna do? You ain't gonna do nothing about it. But cool, but you my friend. I let you come live in my apartment. I let you live in the apartment for 2-3 weeks. He asked for 3 weeks. He asked for 3 weeks to live in my apartment. So cool. So he hit me again. The second time. He knocked me down again. So the third time, he hit me again. So the female is a prostitute. The female is a prostitute. He went running upstairs. He trying to protect me. He trying to help me. He told him, "Why are you trying to fight Jose? Why are you trying to fight Jose Santos? Because him, we live in his apartment for 3 weeks. We ain't have no ways to go." She told him, "Matter of fact, you get your ass out the door right now. I'm gonna beat your ass too." So that's what he was told the women. So the woman run at the house. She went in the house, out the house, in the car, in his car. So she sleep in the car by like a couple hours. So he went back with me. And he said, "Come back, just me and you. We gotta finish the fight." So he stole back. He knocked me out again. Hit the same time. I told him, Jose, if you gonna hit me again, I'm gonna fight you. That's what I want. If you ain't gonna do it, I'm just gonna kill you. What you gonna do? And that's what he said that. Yeah, I got spooked. And I'm still young. I was 19. I ain't have the energy like that, like I'm talking about, like a grown man, like I'm talking about. So I fought back with him, and I fought, and I fight. So he trying to protect himself. He trying to fight back. So and I fought. If I keep fighting, punching in the face. So he was trying to go walk back. He was straight in the bathroom. When he went in the bathroom, we keep fighting. He punched me a couple times, but he ain't really hit me. But when I hear him, he fell on the between the wall in the toilet, between the wall and the toilet. Then when he told me, "Watch where you get tired, I will kill you. You don't know who I am. I'm a real killer." So then I ain't expect the word come out of his mouth. I took serious. You know, okay, so you really gonna kill me? Yeah, okay. I just keep punching, and I knock him out. And when I knock him out, the knife is right there. Oh, in the box. You got a little box right there for the window, the where you share, you can look and see through. That's where we put the knife right there. So that's where I grabbed the knife and I hit it with him. And she saw me and he we was fighting. She saw everything. So that's why when I run at the door, and I told her, look, I killed Jose. I killed him because he's trying to kill me. So that's why when she told me, when she saw blood in my shoes, she looked down on my shoes, I got blood on my shoes. I got blood on my pants. And I got cut in my hand. The knife was, when I grabbed, I got a cut right here, blood's everywhere. So that's why when I run, I walk about a couple miles, about like 1 mile and something. I can underestimate about a mile and a half. So that's why she gave them my pictures, my photo to the police. So that's why police got me, and the police arrest me and took me to jail. And I understand, and I know I changed my subject, but she know everything. And I told somebody I did too. They know I did that. I can't get away with them. They smart than that. They know I can't get away with them. So,
Okay.
Excuse me?
I said, okay, so what have you done since you've been in prison that makes you think that nothing like this would happen again?
I've been down over 19 years. I never been in trouble because me person, that's not me. It's not for me. I ain't grow up to be like that. I'm not a gangster. I'm not a killer. I'm not a monster. I'm here in Franklin Parish. I've been here since 17. You could go look at my record. I never been in trouble. I never been trying to fight with somebody. Look how small I am. I'm smaller man. I'm not trying to fight with nobody.
Gotcha.
I'm not trying to look for no fight with nobody. That's just the only reason why I have is trying to protect, defend myself. In all the DOC, and when I stay in a conport by like 8 years or 7 years, and plus over here by like 8 years, I never been in trouble.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you about that. What you mean you never been in trouble? You started a fire in a bathroom stall. That's trouble.
Wait, say it again.
You started a fire in a bathroom stall.
Oh yeah, that's when out there. That's what you're trying to ask me?
Yeah, well, that's trouble. You got in trouble since you've been incarcerated.
Oh yeah, that's what I got 30 years. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, that's why I got 30 years for that.
No.
Excuse me?
Written up for starting a fire. You got to write up prison.
Okay.
What was your number one? What was your contraband? They also charge you with contraband.
Yeah, I understand what you say now. There is some there's some mistake what I did. Yes, sir. Yeah, I got to write let's like 2020 or 21. That's when they was in a in a in a dome. They took a microwave. They took the microwave from us. So we ain't have no microwave for a couple days or weeks. So we trying to heat up some hot water for some coffee. But the other thing, I ain't even did that. But I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about the trying to heat the hot water for some coffee so we could drink some coffee.
Yeah, I was just wondering why you started the fire. All right, and tell me this, what was your contraband? What they caught you with?
They called me like I think it's a high court. High court, I don't know. It's a high court. They took me 90 days of good time.
Right, right. Okay, the fella in there, is that the warden? You have anybody in there with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let me talk to him real quick.
See. You want to talk to
Hello?
Okay, how's he been since he been there?
Just a second, hold on. They're going down the hall with a cart. Now, what you say, sir?
I said, how has he been since he been there? Has he been in any trouble?
No, sir, not any.
Okay, so you don't know nothing about his write-ups either then?
No.
Okay, thank you. You can give it back to him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I realize why you don't have any good time. Now, it's probably hard for you to take classes. You were charged with first-degree murder, so you got a break there. You pled to manslaughter. You got 30 years. You've done 19, and like I said, you had the 2 write-ups. I have no questions.
Any other questions? Right, I don't see any questions. Mr. Freeman, you ready to go?
Yes, ma'am. My vote today is to deny. He has hardly no classes, and he had write-ups, and then due to a serious nature, it was a first-degree murder reduced to manslaughter. My vote to deny.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Meyer, I apologize.
Oh, Lord, yeah, Mr.
Yeah,
Meyer.
I did that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meyer.
That's quite all right. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish, and we strongly oppose to his request for parole. He's had very limited programs while he's been there. And in his application, he said he was kicked out of the GED program due to a Rule 21 violation, which I don't see on the record. That's another disciplinary report. And this was a brutal stabbing death of Mr. Jose Martinez Valencia. If he were to be released, we would like for him to be released to the ICE detainer that's there, but we don't want him released early to go to the ICE detainer because he's here illegally to begin with. And he may just come back illegally and we'll be back doing the same sort of thing. So we're strongly opposed to his request.
Thank you. Again, my apologies. So we have one vote by Mr. Freeman to deny the application. Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am, not enough time served, disciplines and such a brutal crime.
All right, Mr. Santos, today your application has been denied. So based on the opposition that's been expressed and insufficient time served. So good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. What are you going to say? That's it. I don't know.
It's over with.
Yeah, they sing,
Hmm?
they sing.
Yeah, he just got to talk with it.
I got the 9.
Oh, you got it now? Okay, so
Yeah.
you're done, okay. Yeah, it's good, okay.
It's not yet. Okay.
We'll say it through with you, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so we good.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have, would
Good
you
afternoon.
introduce yourself?
Mr. Rosette, would you
Mr.
introduce
Mr.
yourself?
Rosette, tell us your name and current mailing address.
I'm John Rosette, and 12023 West England Avenue, Baton Rouge, Louisiana,
And your zip.
70814.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rosette, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have convictions in Livingston Parish and East Baton Rouge Parish. In Livingston Parish, excuse me, October 2017, you were convicted possession of methamphetamines. You received a 2-year supervised probation sentence. And then in East Baton Rouge Parish in October of 2021, attempted illegal use of a weapon while possessing a controlled dangerous substance. You received 1 year of unsupervised probation on that one. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I see your mother is here on Zoom and we'll call on her shortly. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
So how are you doing today?
Doing fine, ma'am.
Doing fine. Okay, well, you tell me something about, I mean, you got a drug history going on here. Tell me about that and have you changed your life? Have you kicked drugs? Have you gone into any groups for sobriety? Tell me something.
I've just been working consistently these past 4 or 5 years, And no, ma'am, I haven't been using any drugs or going to any treatment programs lately.
Have you gone to any treatment programs ever?
One before, yeah, in the past.
In the past, when?
I don't remember. I don't recall the dates. I believe it was before it flooded though.
Okay. Well, let's see. You got in trouble 2021, you were terminated early. The supervision probation was terminated early as of 2022. So that's not really a long time ago. That's like 4 or 5 years ago.
I didn't get in any felony charges in 2021 if I don't know if I'm mistaken or not.
Possession of marijuana, more than 14 grams, possession of drug paraphernalia, sentenced on 2021. Does that sound familiar or is that a mistake?
Was that a felony charge? And we're talking about marijuana that's legal now? Or are we talking about a drug that would need rehab or something?
Marijuana is not legal in Louisiana, not without a prescription.
A medical prescription, which I have, yes, ma'am.
Well, they got you charged with it. All right, well, let's just go down to 2017 to the methamphetamines and the illegal use of a weapon. Tell me about that.
I mean, I got charged because of it was less than a gram of the methamphetamines which you're referring to, and it was my legal firearm. So I mean, you do the math on that. Like I said, I'm working. I was working at that time, so I mean, I had like a little marijuana on me and less than a gram of methamphetamines in my own legal firearm. So I mean, how much is a crime really is that? And like I said, I haven't had any drug history since that time. And like I said, I was in a bad time after it flooded. I lost everything. So I had, you know what I mean? I was in a crucial time at that time, but that was close to 10 years ago. I haven't gotten any trouble. I haven't dealt with any methamphetamine since I went to jail that time. So, and like I said, I've been working consistently. I joined the union a few months after it flooded in 2016, finished my apprenticeship, which was a 5-year program. And I've been working with the union since then, ma'am. And I'm not a criminal. I've done drugs in the past, yes, but I'm not a criminal. I've never done any criminal things. And I don't see why I'm being treated like a criminal because I got caught with drugs in my own firearm.
Okay, 2019, possession of marijuana more than 14 grams of East Battery Sheriff's Office. It says when they attempted a traffic stop, you fled your resident, then ran on foot, you resisted arrest, required multiple taser deployments before being subdued. Deputies found 31.4 grams of marijuana on your person. Subsequent search of the vehicle conducted with consent uncovered additional marijuana, oxycodone, a digital scale, and ammunition. Rosette was arrested and booked on multiple drug-related charges, as well as resisting and fleeing from an officer. That was in 2019.
Yeah, I didn't flee from the officer. It was an undercover. He was in a Nissan Titan truck, and I didn't know it wasn't a police officer until he hit the lights. And I was like within a mile of my house. So I still went to the house and I was trying to go to the door. I mean, I was like actually in my driveway, and I got out and tried to reach the door to let my mama know what's going on. So I mean, you call that what you want. I didn't run or flee from him. And when he told me to put my hands up, I put my hands up. He chose to still deploy the taser. That had nothing to do with me.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. How far did you go in high school?
Yes, sir.
Did you finish high school?
Yes, sir.
You did?
Yes, sir.
So you're working now?
Say it again. It kind of.
You have employment now?
Yes, sir. I'm working with the union. I'm actually working in DC right now.
Okay.
I just came home for this.
Okay.
So what do you need a pardon for? What would it benefit you?
Benefit me from,
Yeah.
I mean,
What's it keeping you from doing? I see that you're a certified electrician.
yes, ma'am.
That's fantastic. Based out of Georgia, as of 2023, you work 36 to 40 hours a week and you earn $56 an hour and you got your TWIC card. So
I'm not based out of anywhere. I work for the union. My local is out of Baton Rouge, but I mean I can go anywhere I want in the U.S. It's a union. I was just working in Georgia for a period of time, but it's stopping me because it's a felony on my record. I can only go into certain refineries or nuclear plants, and it would be nice to have my firearm.
Okay. Okay.
It'll be.
Got any questions?
Now, we'd like to hear from Ms. Mother.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was paying attention to you, son. Yes, ma'am. I'd like to hear from you. Please. What would you like to say?
I'm sorry, the video's a little shoddy. I think you all are asking for my input.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I almost missed you.
Okay. I no, it's okay. I guess I've been I just want to say that I've been with the lows of John, and I definitely believe that he's on a better track and on one of the best tracks I've seen him on in his adult life. And I think from a mother perspective, I know from a perspective, you know, I have friends that are mothers, and unfortunately, I also have some that don't get a chance to do this, that don't have their son right now. So John certainly has a past that here we are, right, because of that. But I certainly appreciate this opportunity. And I hope you guys can see that, ladies and gentlemen can see that he has made progress. He is being consistent now, and it certainly helps us for him to be able to have a background that doesn't present all of the bad with his situations, especially as it relates to work and being a young Black male. And yes, I definitely think that, you know, there's still some guard, and understood it from his perspective, you know, with young Black men. But at the end of the day, I'm proud of him. I am proud of the success that he's made up to this point, and I certainly hope that you all can focus on the positives for him, especially in this moment with this situation. Thank you all for allowing me to speak.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for addressing the board. It's really appreciated. And you do sound very proud of your son. That's wonderful. So anybody else have any questions?
I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, yes. Okay, at this time, Mr. Rosette, your last termination of your probation was in 2022. And it's not a set thing, but it's like a 10-year period in between, you know, a crime that we like to see before a pardon is granted. So for me, this is too soon for me to grant you a pardon, but it's not too soon for me to say that I know I agree with, like your mother, that you're on the right track. You're a certified electrician, and you're going to make it. And you're doing well with your life. So right now, today, I'm not able to give you the pardon, but I do want you to come back. Give it some more time, please.
Mr. Prater.
I concur, deny.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur, denied.
All right, and Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant. Keep up the good work, try to stay informed, and better yourself.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Rosette, you didn't get the vote you needed today to grant your request. You got one favorable, that were not favorable, really just because of the insufficient time since you've completed your sentence.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
more time passes, keep working well, you're doing well, and reapply when you can.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
Good luck. All right, good afternoon, sir. Mr. Dardar. You're on mute, sir.
Yes, hello.
There you are. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and mailing address.
Yes, hi, I'm MICAH DARDAR. My mailing address is 603 Whitney Drive, Slidell, Louisiana, 70461.
Thank you, sir. You're here this afternoon. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have sentencing in both the 16th Judicial District, St. Mary Parish, the 17th Judicial District, Lafourche Parish. First was in April of 1999, distribution of marijuana. That was in St. Mary. You received a 5-year sentence. That was suspended. You were placed on 3 years probation. Then in Lafourche Parish, sentencing date was August 1999, possession with intent to distribute marijuana. You received a 10-year sentence, and all but 3 years was suspended. Is that correct?
I believe you may have the Lafourche and St. Mary sentencing back. Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Thanks for clearing that up for us. Your case this afternoon was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Okay. I'm seeing here, I want you to tell me why you need a pardon. I know what I'm reading. I want you to tell me.
Well, so I did apply in 2009. I had a hearing and Governor Jindal then didn't sign it. It never really caused a huge problem in my life. I graduated college. I raised a family and everything. I went had a bachelor's degree. I did a lot of good work in science. I worked in the Children's Hospital lab for a company called Autoimmune Technologies. We helped stop the Ebola crisis in Sierra Leone around 2013 or so. And came back to Louisiana after living in the Research Triangle area of North Carolina and stuff, and got a job at Tulane in the biocontainment lab there. It's a high secure facility. They work with a lot of dangerous things that you don't normally find around, things like anthrax, ricin, things would be considered could be weaponized, I guess you'd say. And I passed their background check. I passed. I worked for the university even after that, but they had to terminate me from that job because I couldn't get what's called a select agent clearance from the FBI, I believe it is, from federal clearance to work with those kind of things, basically. And that was the first time that I was ever. I had got the job. I was picked based on my merits of my career, the things I had done, but then I was rejected for the clearance to be able to actually do the work that I've been trained to do, that the experts said I should be doing and with them. And that's the main reason why I'm here, is that it finally got to a point in my life this many years later that it did stop me at some point. And I don't know about getting that job back. I mean, I likely could, but it's just in the future as I move on, I just don't want it to hold me back any further, if that'd be a possibility.
Let me ask you something. When I was reading your letter, and this could just be a simple typo, said I'm 44 years old. I was a reckless teenager. Now I'm 44 years old. I was released on 5/11/2021. Was that 2001?
2001. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I figured, because then you go on to say I took the ACT test and began college, and in 2008, microbiology.
Yes.
I wish I could say something like that. And then go on with your, different technologies in 2015. So I figured that's what was going on there. So actually we're talking about, you need it for a federal security clearance, like most people do, to go into different places, government
Yes.
places. Gotcha. Now, when we talk about the drugs, that kind of ended early, but then I check here, and you're gonna have to explain to me, some domestic violence, that took place in Texas in 2024, 09/16/2024, and it's his third offense, which made it a felony. Can you explain that to me?
That wouldn't. We weren't in Texas in 2024. That would have been 2019, I believe.
Yeah, and then we've got 2018. There's like, yeah, it says here, it says 09. Says arrest date 09/16/2024, Hancock County Sheriff's Department. Simple domestic violence. First, second offenses were misdemeanor. Third offense is a felony. And you don't remember being there in 2024?
Did you say Texas?
Hancock County Sheriff's Office.
That's something that occurred more recently. I'm actually still dealing with that because it's a person that was stealing stuff from my property, and that was an issue, but I'm still in the process of trying to resolve it. The person is actually about to get charged with stealing from my property.
Well, okay, well, explain to me the charge, though, that it says simple domestic violence. Was that you or them?
Oh, well, they charged me with it, but the person had connections here, and so yeah, it was a messy situation, but yeah, I'm trying to resolve it.
So, and then I got 2018, San Antonio, Texas. And it's family assault, second offense. So I've got some domestic violence issues here recently, you know. Can you explain that stuff to me?
So the thing in 2018, that was my wife. She has passed away. That was before anything else occurred. She passed away in 2022. Well, they found her. She had left and went with another guy, and she developed an addiction. And 6 months later, after she left with him, she wound up getting herself killed. But the one in San Antonio was dismissed because, well, my older daughter was old enough to talk to them about what happened, and there's some things that occurred. She was hot-headed, and she just would always go off about things. But that charge was dismissed before even any kind of arraignment once the evidence was reviewed.
And the severity of the felony, the third degree. I mean, you don't recall any of this domestic violence involving you?
Well, yes. I mean, I did say that it did happen, but it was dismissed before there was even an arraignment. The one in San Antonio, yes.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
I think everybody's ready to vote.
Okay. Mr. Dardar, today I'm going to have to deny your request based upon these last charges with the domestic violence. You have to have a clean record. So based upon that, I'm not gonna be able myself to, recommend you for a pardon.
Mr. Prater.
I concur, and the next time you fill out one of these applications, you need to be very thorough and very concise, thorough, but most importantly, accurate. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman.
Criminal history, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is denied. Law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Dardar, today your application has been denied, sir, based on the criminal history and the law enforcement opposition. So your application's been denied today, sir. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Bertucci, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Beautiful. Good afternoon to y'all.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name for the record and your current mailing address.
Yes, my name is Dylan Bertusi, and I live at 1609 Highway 22, West Apartment C3, Madisonville, Louisiana.
And what's that zip code, sir?
Yes, ma'am, 70447.
Okay, great, thank you. So you're here today, you're classified as a first felony offender, Mr. Bertusi. You are seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish, September 2nd of 2022 for resisting a police officer with force or violence. You received a 1-year sentence. Is that information correct?
That all sounds correct to me, yes.
Thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Mr. Bertucci, it's been a long day. I know you've been waiting all this time. I know the police report that I'm reading, and he was resisting arrest, and a police officer sprained his ankle because y'all must have gotten in some kind of tussle or something like that. And you ended up being sentenced in 2022 to 1-year DOC. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when did you actually get off paper? You know, no more probation or anything like that?
Well, I was released in November, and probation was a year, I believe. But it might have only lasted 8 months due to just, I think if there was no issues or anything like that, that it would be suspended early, or it would be finished early. So I actually think it finished in maybe September.
Okay.
24.
2024. Okay. So here's what we got going on here. You are in trouble with law enforcement too close a period of time for me to do a complete pardon. Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware that the statute actually is a longer period. It's another 8 months. I believe that was at that 5-year mark for the first offense.
Yeah. Well, I think we have some discretion with that kind of stuff. So let's just say, it's been 2 years ago. If it was 2024, 2 years ago, we're in 2026. Is that correct?
Right. Well, I was thinking it was from the date of the offense.
No, because you got a sentence. So, and I'm corrected by some of my board members, but even from the date of offense, I mean, sentenced on 2022, that's only years ago.
Right.
So, I'm going to pass it along to them if they've got any questions.
Any questions? I'll just say this, Mr. Bertucci. I read your account of what happened in your application, and it really differs from what was in the police report.
Right. Well, of course. I mean, it's not going to be there, explaining it that I was a victim or anything like that. I wouldn't expect that. Which, I mean, I understand they have to protect themselves just as well. But honestly, it all started from him feeling threatened from there being a knife in the vehicle, which was further away from him. It was closer to me, but I guess he felt threatened, and that's when he, surprised me, blindsided me, threw my smoothie down, and that's when he picked me up and got physical, and I just, wasn't sure what was going on. I wasn't being arrested or detained. Now I know about detainment and everything, but yeah, I didn't know. He didn't tell me anything, kind of just all happened very fast. And, my adrenaline made me react the way I didn't want to react. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely have respect for law enforcement. It's something that I made an effort to pay back to the community and do a lot of things like, volunteering for events and making some artwork and having some things that they can auction off. My brother-in-law, he's a law enforcement guy. He's in Amite prison. He's a warden over there. So it's a lot. A lot of my family actually works for the prison, so it's a lot of respect for them. that I learned, you know, that their jobs are hard. It's not easy to get up every day, which is what I wanted to really apply for this pardon and learn about, because I'm not sure how it works with, you know, getting military service and joining the military, because I wanted to join the National Guard, the Army National Guard. And that was when they told me about, you know, not having the rights restored. So that's why I couldn't join. And that's why I wanted to actually apply early, just so that I could know what I need to do leading up to it, because I didn't want it to be like a one opportunity and this is it. You know, I wanted it to be where I know what to expect and what to, you know, be ready for in 8 months when I do have, you know, legal right to apply for the pardon, which I understand why your colleagues, you know, you're recommending their questioning as well because of your discretion. I mean, yeah, I understand that.
That's good. Well, all you gotta do now is, stay on, okay, yes, please.
What do you do now? What
Oh,
is your
yes,
job?
sir. I'm actually trying to transition from construction and painting and pressure washing, which I do now, to insurance sales. Trying to get my license, getting real close to passing the test, and it's just something that I want to do. But I know that if you have a record, it's something that's at the commissioner's discretion and the law's discretion. So that's just one thing that, you know, I may or may not be able to do.
And you are married and have a family?
No, sir. No, sir. I got so many nieces and nephews that
Take care of them.
yeah, they're a lot of fun.
I was just trying to see where you're at in your life right now. Okay, thank you.
Well, you look like you're trying to get all your ducks in a row. You're really trying to get everything organized. So that's a really good thing.
Really want to go to school. That's why I'm, you know, not the main reason, but one of the reasons why I want to go to the National Guard.
Any other questions? You ready to vote?
Yes, I
All
am.
right.
Well, it was nice talking to you, and I understand that you wanted to find out, you know, what you were gonna have to do. But today I'm gonna have to deny you because it's too soon. And come back, you know, give it a few more years to come back and apply again.
Mr. Prater,
I concur to that.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
and Mr. Tillis.
It's to deny.
All right, Mr. Bertusi, you, today, it's just too soon.
Right.
Understood that. We'll send you a letter with information on when you're eligible to reapply. We wish you well. Stay on course. Good luck.
Should I reapply?
We're gonna send you a letter. I can't quote those dates to you, but the staff will send you a letter, with today's decision and when you can reapply.
All right. Thank you all for your time.